You are the reason どうしても触れたくない祈りの歌で Keep it on the rap star ただ only thing in this world 構わないんだそれでも今 Why Running バカみたい僕ばかりがフェイ正しくなれない I was in love with you どうしても戻れない Never be here Yeah, Catcher, right now, give me color. We can make plans. I don't treat that catcher, right now, walking away. Yeah. Catcher, right now, walking up. Take me to right where I like to. I need my huge shit to the core high.
Ay, do you be seeing those signs? Say I'm just in time, yeah. You know that's it, right? I'll let this one slide.
And I turn outside and bite. You and I say the fight. I look around and sweep the base up. Say goodbye through the window.
Taking this time on the road, she getting out of control, yeah. High up here, I'm in the zone. She out here ready to go. Oh, I break away, come back to you. You take the blame, I want you to come and say you want me to. Maybe lately, cash out right now, walking away. We can make plans, turning away. Cash out right now, walking away. Yeah. Cash out right now, walking up. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Cash out right now, walking away. We can make plans, turn it up. Cash out right now, walking away. Yeah. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to.
Don't follow me into the dark, I'll only bring you down, yeah. Don't give me recognition for the way that I've been living, no. I never used to be this way, and trust me, it's not
Some chat.
Just run away, don't look back.
Morning. Oh hell, good morning.
And I've been at my lowest, but I can never show it.
Look what came in.
And I've been at my highest, as far as I could climb it. Don't want it to be over, but I just keep on waiting till I reach my peak.
Discord partner hoodie, and it's fucking very comfortable.
Pacing, I'm still on my feet.
It's super light and comfortable.
Don't follow me into the dark, I'll only bring you down, yeah. Don't give me recognition for the way that I've been living, no.
Yeah.
I never used to be this way, and trust me, it's all new to me.
Two.
Just run away, don't look back, I'm better as a memory.
Yeah. Good morning, chat. Ohayo. Good morning. Today we're doing a little bit of soul searching. Yes, Jim. So we're in 1920 today. Then we're gonna play some rank with Mande. Hey, Asian dude. It was really hard to wake up today, chat. I don't know why. It's just a hard day to wake up. I've been on my lowest. Just control ass. I think that like gun selection is pretty ass. Step, bro. Waiting. Grind some RP with Hal. I mean, I wouldn't say I'd grind RP with Hal, I would just fucking run with him. Play for a couple hours with him, just fucking with him. Alright, Sua. Good luck with your dinner. Alright, I'm playing on 1920, 1080 after like a long time of not playing 1920. Let's see how this goes. And we get Wingman. Perfect. What sensor are we playing? 1.4. This might change. 1.4 might change. I say suck a dick bullying VC. Yeah, I made him old. Always do that to him. Playing with Mandy, Teshin's playing with Ace right now, but Teshin might join us later. We're not gonna play scrims anymore, chat. You guys saw yesterday how bad scrims were. It's just not worth our time and effort. And we'd much rather just like play rank together and get way more games in that way. John Sheena. Alright, I did not super glide there and I died because of it. Nah, step bro, probably not, man. It's not worth it. What time did we stream? It was like 6 PM our time, my time, which is like pretty late for you guys. But it was not worth it. Like, we played 5 games and only 1 game was good. Or it wasn't even good, it was okay. Yeah, that end game. And then the rest was just like 10 squads alive in zone 2 in fucking scrims. Like, that is just a joke, you know?
ゾーンを中立状態にされたぞ。
One looking.
俺はもう一人を追い出す。生きてんだな。
What am I slide? I'm getting so many dead slides. Holy shit! This early in the morning and we're gonna be dead sliding? That's not good. Who the fuck do you think you are? Okay, this sense is not really my sense on this fucking dress. Why does my mousepad today feels wet? Why? What the fuck? Okay, name. Dude, fuck you and your body. What's up, Neda? Hey, Blue Slow. This wall hug's throwing me off. Imagine if you chased me, I'd be really mad right now. Shit. Because it's better visible for me. It works for me, so. Jesus Christ, really? Fuck no, I'd rather have a fucking... Actually... Dude, stop climbing inside of me, hello? Get off the fucking roof, man. Oh shit. What the fuck am I hearing? People left.
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
How do I know how to aim so well? I've been playing the game for FPS games for 15 years, so if I didn't learn by now, I'd be fucking, you know, it'd be a problem. Oh, the thermal trajectory? I mean, you just gotta play the game, man, and like figure out how the... You play the game and you figure out how nades show, like how they act.
興奮剤は山ほどある。勝つ準備は OK だ。
私は恐れない。
Yeah, Ghostface. They're all different in their own way. Like arcs will go the furthest out. Nades will fucking explode midair. Arcs will not explode unless they hit the fucking ground. Termites also. Yeah, Ghostface, because it would archers go fly out way faster and further. So you would have to like aim like more like this. But also termites, throwing termites up is pretty easy because they do damage in line. I fucking hate the house. We'll just go. What's up, Super Bluffer? What's up, Burgundy? I like when Pathfinders do this. They make it easier. Look at this shit. Let's try this. What's up, Quiver? Oh, what? I canceled my spawn? No, dude. Why can you do that? Fuck. Take that, because that's turbo. Holy shit. Distance might be a little bit too low for me. On this res. Morning, John. Take your fucking zip, man. Come on. I got Kraber. Cool. Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit, he's annoying. How is he already healing? What?
ゾーンを中心にした賢い選手
How are they already healing? I just shot him. What? How does that work?
ゾーン C が確保されました。新しいレートリーダーが確定しました。
I didn't crack him, really? It's cringe. Dude, like, what a sentinel on the fucking tower. You're so fucking dog shit, man.
でも警戒はしてる。あと半分の敵が勝つ。
Look at this fucking idiot. You're so fucking terrible. Oh my god. Look at him. Holy shit. Everyone's being a bow Andy. Holy fuck, man. How are they having fun? Someone shoot this fucking monkey, dude. What are my teammates doing, dude? Look at him. Like how I don't wanna know, bro. I don't even fucking wanna know what they're doing. What's up, man? I don't even fucking wanna know, dude. Everyone's just sniping, bro. Like, how are you guys having fun? Holy shit. There's no way they're having fun. Playing like this. This guy is sitting on the tower. He's not gonna drop, even though he lost the point. He's still up there. He lost the fucking point, and he's still up there. One in Amblos. What's up, Red? Kaisa. Almost said red song. Monkey. Man, what happens when you fucking... Why can't I look at helmet? What? I'm doing good, guys. How are you? What does a gold fucking movement do?
私もこの座を譲る時が来る
Just gold mag?
敵が
Fucking
ゾーンを
serious
確
right
保
now? I'm still alone in B. My teammates, what are they doing? They don't even have A. I'm fighting 4 people on B, but my teammates don't even have A. Study more wingman.
ゾーン B 中立状態
戦況が変わったゾーンが中立今はちょっと
Good show now.
すぐ近くに敵が
It's chalk.
ゾーン B が確保されました敵はゾーンを確保した私たちがゾーンを確保した
Game is chalk. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
APEX のチャンピオンが誕生しました
Killtacular. Kilimanjaro. I woke up so late today. I think it's because it's a rainy day.
I いつでも行けるわ
猛者はスコープを使わないって私は大砲よ
空から見る世界は格別さ
Oh, it's changed. What? What? Why did it change? What did I do? Try? Did it change every map? It's kind of cringe. We have the 2D model. April, May, around there. In between April and May. I can't wait either, so I don't have to be on cam anymore. It's going perfect. I said between April and May, not April 8th. Definitely not early April. My teammates fucking will just smack me. Fuck is this guy in my side, man? And why am I climbing walls sideways? Holy shit. the second spawn here. Devotion?
Smoke 放出
Seventh Nation. Oh shit. Oh shit. Playing ranked with team today. Holy shit, man, what is this? Oh shit. How are you not done with him already, dude?
スモークを使う繰り返しよしダッシュボーナスは私たちさあみんな普通の始まりよ
If you're playing Caustic on my team, I will grieve you. Yeah, fucking peek. What's up, Kuno? Good, are you? Obviously 9-9 stinks.
スモーク注意
Yeah, people play this game so cringe. Pick this game up.
少し止まる応急処置を行うわ
So it's fine. How did I not hit him? What's not on him? Yeah, my fucking Devo or your fucking ult, man. Motherfucker was not healing. He just stood still. fuck is that so horny for me? Dude, instead of standing on a fucking high ground, little repeater, how about you play your fucking maybe you'd have control of your own fucking base, which you don't right now. No way my teammates Valkyrie me to do enemies. Why is he teleporting?
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
I mean, it's not my fault they gave me the fucking diva. And just glittering into fucking darkness. I'm just glitter aiming, chat. They gave me the ability to pick a Devo, so. What's up, Caboose? Guys, what? What? What are you even saying? Shit. Guys, stop rolling.
俺じゃ足りねえ。まだまだ上げるぞ。
乗った。勝利への道を探しましょう。
Oh my fucking god, you're still here and my teammate is blind? Hello? My teammate is smoking crack. Yeah, Chris, I think so.
ああゾーンを取ったぞ
ここで降りる
早く行くぜ
僕も車に乗るよ走らなきゃ死ぬまでさ私の道はここまで
確保ボーナスが取得可能です。
Dumbass. What we did.
自己修復中
Oh man. Oh man, you're playing Boss if you're dead. That's my kick to lose. Yeah, the I don't really care about that honestly. I'll be real with you 100%. I don't really give a fuck. I don't wanna laugh at someone who lost their job. I don't hate the person either. Thanks for the wall. Oh shit, we got motherfuckers here. Oh, that's a one-way. Oh, I'm okay. All the fucking things right now. Control is pretty ass. Eh, it's alright. It's a good warm-up, I guess. Can I pick where I'm gonna spawn, or what is this? Spawn cancelled? The fuck? I need better weapons in Control.
報告。シェブリックス社の協賛でケアパッケージを輸送します。
ヘルミットグレネード行くよ
Dude, holy shit, you cringe. Yeah, loadouts are ass, man. They only give you like relatively one good weapon. Sometimes they give you two trash weapons. It's not the best, not the best. Holy shit, who the fuck are you, man? I'll do that. shit on my face, man. Oh shit. I should hold up, man.
一瞬待ってくれ。回復中だ。
全てのゾーンがチームによって制圧されました。ゾーン C が確保されました。
Leave it to the caustic main to fucking set stuff.
フラグを投げたぞ。医療キットを使う。早く終われ。
Leave it to the caustic main to set fucking skill, baby. Fucking barrels, bro. My skin broken? I don't fucking even remember the skin before now. I used a bunch of different skins. What was he doing? Come on, Joseph. The control point is really just not it. What do I do? What do I do while I wait for Manda? I haven't finished God of War yet. Better sense. Anxiety. Yeah, I don't know what the Shin did. I guess he just woke up really early. Feels like I'm on drugs. I think he just woke up early. Why is my mic so fucking dirty? I don't say where I'm from, Emerald. I don't like saying where I'm from. What's up, Mama? I'm doing good, how are you? I have such a fucking random headache today. Ba, ba, da, da, da. No, I can't get swatted where I'm from. But I just don't like people knowing where I live. It's just privacy type shit. Yeah, Murataki, I found her. Am I even gonna get a game? This is solo. Yeah, I know people are asking because they're Croatian and shit and that, but I just don't feel comfortable saying where I live. I'm never will and never, don't plan to. It's my own thing. The Grand Prix begins. Yeah, so excited to lose my mind. We know it has a good beach. They don't even remind me of Vienna. Vienna's brutal. How can she lesson me about relationships and then say I'm single? It doesn't make any sense. He's like, yeah, but and then Bao is like, yeah, but at least there's a nice beach there. Yeah, fuck you, fuck both of those blue motherfuckers, man. Those blue motherfuckers. Bao's new outfit is cool though. This motherfucker took my raid. Fuck you, Patty V.
そして今日我らは戦うのだ素人は出て行ってこっからは本物の戦いよ
Oh no, we have a Bangalore abuser, man. I wanna fucking kick him out my own fucking team, dude.
戦いが終わる頃には奴ら全員が知ることになるジブラルタル様の名を
私がジャンプマスター信念を持って飛び降りよ
What's up, Toru Frappe? Oh man, such a massive headache today. I guess it's the weather. No,
やってみましょう。このエリアを偵察しましょう。
Okay, you're a fucking dude, right? But your OC is a fucking girl, man. Like, figure it out. cute like that? What do you mean cute like that? That's a fucking girl.
レベル2だ。ボルトは連射速度を上げてくれる。
No fucking way. That your OC is not a girl.
報告ファーストキル発生。
ファーストキル。避けられない犠牲。
Guy hiding behind boobs. Look, you're like Restia, bro. I don't even care. Dude, my headache is killing me. Someone was here a second. 80 seconds ago? God. What do I have to do for a devotion?
あそこに敵がいる。
I can't wait for this fucking Pro League split to be over so I can go back to collabing. Cause man, I have so much more fun when I'm just doing collabs. I swear to God. So much more fun than just playing aimlessly.
リングは近い。閉鎖まで残り1分。
When I'm playing alone or like, I mean, I don't mind playing with my team because I have fun playing with my team. But it's when it's like, when it's only like ranked, when it's just ranked, I get bored, man.
あっちに標的。あっちに標的だ。あのエリアを防衛する。
Fucking win, dude, bro. But I have this turbo fucking shit.
敵を発見。敵のシールドを割った。正解。敵を発見。向こうに敵がいる。みんな、ここへ行きましょう。敵を発見。あっちよ。
周囲環境をマーク中。
標的がダウン。敵、ここよ。
I don't know what to write.
誰かに狙われてる。間違いない。
ビッグキル。主審を信じなさい。
攻撃を受けて。
エリアをスキャン中。
Who am I getting charge rifled in my ass by?
ギブしてあげる。もう一
It's
回。
a different team.
あった。
こっちだ。行こう。
空間。
撃たれている。周囲環境をマーク中。
見つかった。
傷を手当てしている。
シールドをリチャージしないと。敵を確認した。
少しシールドをリチャージする。
移動の重要。
Fuck
敵
no.
を仕留めた。カー SMG を発見。
エリアを。
撃たれてる。
待ってシールドをリチャージする。
敵を発見。あっちよ。
I'm gonna kill that guy with a charge rifle, dude.
あ、撃たれてる。待って。
周囲環境をマーク
Just one guy, man. Now you're running, huh, pussy? Huh, pussy? You're running? Low, low, low.
新しいトラオ
Hit him. Hold up, bro.
撃たれてる。
エリアをスキャン中。
敵が来るわ。注意して。攻撃を受けてる。敵のシールド終わった。移動する。見つかった。
敵確認。
撃ってる。やられ。敵を発見。
What is our fucking Bangalore doing?
これで戦うのは我らだけ。
移動だけだ。
敵がダウン。進化シールドを発見。レベル3だ。リロード中だ。私に眼力を恵みたまえ。シールドをリチャージ
I don't know, mid.
見つかった。攻撃を受けてる。
Dude, how did I just lose all my health? Pop, 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 pop.
死傷した。フェニックスキットを使うわ。
シールドをリチャージ中。
Give me a fucking medkit, bro.
治療中だ。
They just
この
res
先
me?
にドロップチップ。間違いない。誰かに狙われてる。
戦闘中。
見つかった。
We can't go there. Fucking raps.
治療中だ。
新しいキルリーダーで気をつけて。
I think he's dead.
手当てする。
What can you do, man? When he's trying to fight a whole team for himself.
でも警戒はしてる。次のリングは遠い。
When you're solo queuing, you gotta just know, like, when to let go of your team. Like, that guy didn't want to live, but, like, no matter what I did, that guy wouldn't live. He chose to fight on his own.
手当てする。
Oh my god, I just can't. I'm good.
治療中だ。
手当てする。
あっちに敵だ。攻撃。自然の力。誰かが集まったようだ。
Why am I just fucking randomly, like, not being able to fucking slide?
傷を手当てしている。
Oh, they're coming.
ダイヤモン
You're never catching me, bro. I'm faster
回復がいる。
than fucking lightning.
傷
I'm
を
not.
手当てしている。
モータルを設置
So fucking horny, bro.
モータルを設置したわ。シールドをリチャージ中。
リングは近い。進化シールドを発見。レベル2だ。フェニックスキットを発見。
これがいる。残り30秒切った。リングは近い。
They got thirded for that. It's live great.
よした。フェニックスキットを使うわ。
残り10秒。リングは近い。
That fucking great.
マップを見ろ。リングが動いてる。
Now, if only I can find a devotion, dude. Wouldn't life be great?
ケアパッケージ輸送中。
拡張ヘビーマガジンを発見。
I fucking need that.
私のものだ。助かる。
拡張エネルギーマガジンを見つけた。
I'm
レ
good
ベ
on
ル
that.
3
I need a fucking Devo, man. Holy shit. I have everything for a Devo, but I can't find a Devo? Well, does it not spawn anymore? Chat, where's the fucking devotion? Tell me.
ラウンド3リングのカウントダウンが始動。報告レプリケーターを輸送中です。
恵みは我
Shut
がにあり。
up.
レプリケーターが降りてくる。
You guys are not spawning a devotion, dude. You're pissing me off. Dude, you guys are trolling, dude.
必要なら使って。レベル3だ。
Turn.
敵兵を捉えた。
Low, raid. Ah, your mom. Ah, she's fat.
あそこに敵
Name
が
your
いる。
6-1, Josh.
シールドをチャージしないと。
White armor raid.
周囲環境をマーク中。自然の力を
Is
召
that
喚
what I
する。
see? No. Dude, you fucking kidding me?
主神が眼力を与えたもん。
There we fucking go, baby.
チャージ中。
There we fucking go, baby.
あっちに標的。
エリアをスキャン中。
ここに敵がいる。見つかった。攻撃を受けてる。シールドをリチャージ中。
Up and F2 great.
2 grays?
シールドをリチャージ。
Holy shit, my ass
Nah,
hurts.
but one's up.
Okay, one's gray. Get an angle on him.
敵を確認。フラグを投げる。
Like, how many nades do you have, bitch?
主神が眼力を与えたもん。
They're running. Where the fuck are they running, huh?
リングの閉鎖が始まってい
Huh?
ます。
すでにリング内よ。
ケアパッケージ輸送中。
They're gonna get sandwiched.
攻撃されている。
Like, hello? Is that Horizon behind him? Not gonna shoot him? Holy shit, man. We gotta chill.
ポータルを設置したわ。
Fucking Kringe, bro. Are they teaming?
少しシールドをリチャージする。
What is my teammate doing? He's smoking the cocaine, dude.
射撃開始。
I'm not with you,
リチャ
man.
ージ中。少しシールドをリチャージする。これは使える。
Fuck, I'm coming. You want a devotion?
ここに敵がいる。
Help me.
敵と交戦中。
We're fine, we're fine. Take this Devo. It's just
シールドをリチャージ中。周囲環境をマーク中。アークスターを投げた。
fuck, I missed.
あと1リング
They're
内
below. How'd I miss that? What is wrong with me? I fucking hate myself.
シールドをリチャージ中。
ダウンしてしまう。
He's just ready for that! Holy shit!
残り45秒。
Maybe you can res at this half wall. Oh my fucking god, I've never got beamed that fast. Nah, it's over, dude. Holy shit, man. Of course it's the fucking... Oh my fucking god. Of course it's the triple kill. Look how many headshots he hit. Come on, man. Let me see you loot. Let me see you fucking loot. We just crab walks below. Come on. Fucking sucker, dude. Look at him, dude. Look at this guy. 8 kills. I've never heard of this fucking person in my fucking life. Never fucking heard of this fucking guy. He's got 1900 kills on raid and he's got 8 kills in a pred lobby. He's just the best. He's just the best, man. Let me see his teammates. Crypto sitting in a fucking corner with a silver badge. And then Gibby, fucking default skin. What is this? Actually, this is the guy to watch. This is the guy to watch. What's up, Zach? What is he doing? Where is he looking at? Huh? Huh? What is he, AI? What am I watching? He's staring with a Kraber at a banner, man. Who the fuck is this kid, man? Well, now that I'm watching him, he doesn't want to shoot. This guy's crabbing the fucking ramp. I mean, this is a joke, right? This has to be a joke. There's no way I die to these fucking humans. This guy's crab walking on a fucking ramp. This guy has 8 kills in the fucking pred lobby. He's crab walking. Motherfucker, your aim is not on him and you did 80 damage. What is that shit? What ping is he playing on? Let me see that spray one more time. Let me see you spray one more time. What is he? Is his brain in slow motion? What am I watching? I'm reporting this kid. I don't know if he's cheating, but the Ren will tell me in 5 minutes. Dude, he's got a reaction time of a fucking 95-year-old grandpa, hello? Dude, his gun looks so fucking unnatural. I can't explain how unnatural his 301 looks. He's not even moving his aim. He's doing 50 on a guy that's walking. Hello? What the fuck am I watching? What is going on with this dude? What ping is he playing on? He's lost. This guy's lost in this fucking space and time. Hello? How do you have 8 kills? He has to have a no recoil script or some shit. He's got a no recoil at all. I'm sending this dude in. He'll tell me this. He toggled off and he can't aim. Josh, thank you for 6 months. Oh my fucking god. That was something else, man. Wow. Jesus. Yeah, that looked like no recoil or some shit. I don't know. I'm gonna go take a piss and grab water. Be back.
Nice, man. Also, Reaper. Reaper. Damn, he doesn't know he's muted, dude.
I'm back. Oh shit.
What's up?
I'm back 2.0.
What's up?
Dude, I just spectated that guy. He had 8 kills in a pred lobby.
Yeah.
And he had no recoil script on his fucking 301. The guy was toggling it. He couldn't fucking track. Like, he wasn't moving his aim, but he was doing 150 on people that were moving left and right.
So he's just better than you.
Yeah, he's got a different software, dude. What's up, Brandon?
So he's better.
You wanna play? We need one.
Brandon.
Yeah, knock.
I know.
He said sure.
Brandon. What the fuck?
Well, I'll call him Brandon.
Dude, I put shampoo in my hair. Dude, putting shampoo in your hair fucks up your hair.
Right.
It makes me look like a little soy boy. Dude.
Right.
I don't know, dude. It looks like I'm 12 and I just got a haircut, dude.
12, Mandy. Holy fuck.
What's up, Brandon?
Sorry.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
What's up, Brandon? How do you, man?
Dude, what's up? Fuck.
Brandon, dude, poggers! I can't wait to play to Team Liquid Nocturnal. Team Liquefied Nocturnal, dude, pog.
Oh my god. Oh, ooh,
Fat boy and fat boy. Holy shit.
What? You can play fat guy if you want.
Fuck no, you can play fat
No,
boy.
you
if
play
want.
fat boy. You got practice.
Doing.
Damn, you really said it like that?
Yeah, I said it. We
I
got
gotta
practice.
be ahead of my competition, dude.
Ooh, I felt that.
You gotta play Ash then, dumbass.
I gotta play Ash? What the fuck?
Oh,
yeah,
RPR.
Okay.
Whatever. I'll play
What do you-
fucking Ash Hungry. Well, you think
what
I
do you
won't
guys
do
play?
it? You think I won't do it?
Yeah, you gotta play Mirage.
I'm playing Mirage Late. Let's go.
Now we're done with scrims. Yesterday was the best scrim experience we had.
Yeah, I saw you guys rage quit, dog. It was lit.
Yeah, I mean, did you see 11 squads zone 1 closing? So, I mean,
No,
I'm
Not
fucking
even.
rich.
Yeah, nine squads.
Zone 2.
two.
Dude. I'm dead. I think we gave it a fair shot. 3 days, like we screamed for like 2 weeks. Gave it a fair shot. It fucking sucks. We're back to playing rank.
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. Rank's pretty good to practice as a team.
Not even like Storm Point. We've been practicing. Not even that, bro. 11 squads, fucking zone 2. Like, it's not even worth, bro. Like this. You know what? How I'm thinking. Like, if we don't scrim, we're not missing out on anything. There's teams that are screaming. They're not learning anything, man. They have 9 squads in zone 2. What the fuck are they learning? How to get everything for free? Like, they're not fucking practicing shit.
Yeah, I mean the problem is there's just no other ways to practice Stormpoint, unfortunately. And I love them just shoving a fucking new map in our face and no ways to, you know, practice.
Yeah, I
other
mean,
than
I'd rather
scrims.
just fucking straight up learn it in a tournament, because what we played in the fucking in scrims, that's just unrealistic as fuck.
That's true. I ain't judging you guys. I've rage quit a couple scrims in my day.
Hey, I love rage quit scrims. No, but like we rage quit scrims and now we're done with them. Like we're the rage quit them for good, you know. I'm 10k hard stuck. What's up?
I'm rank 16. What does Taishin play? Valk?
Valk.
Okay.
Yeah, to play, we can play whatever you want.
Nah, fuck you, dude. You guys need practice.
Nah, we're good, man.
Dude.
What?
Nothing. Dude, I got all my shit done. And
what?
for my model.
Your model, yeah?
Yeah, and I still haven't set it up.
Wait, it's rigged and everything?
Yeah, I've had it for like a week or two now.
What the fuck are you doing? You're just set it up.
I've just been playing Apex, dude. I've been playing like 12 hours of Apex a day.
What are you
Wait,
doing? Are you
model?
doing it-
What model?
The
Doing an
VTuber
iPhone?
model.
Yeah, you're gonna have a
What's
VTuber
that
model?
Yeah, dude.
Can you show me?
Yeah, I can.
Show me.
Did you
Balls while you're at it too.
Are you
What?
face tracking with an iPhone or camera?
iPhone.
Yeah, iPhone's way better.
iPhone. What?
Here.
Yeah, so basically you need a camera mounted to face track, but iPhone has the best face tracking than any fucking camera in this fucking planet. So everyone uses iPhone to face track.
What? And then you put your iPhone to your.
You just get a phone
Wait.
stand, then you put it, and you that's it. And you
Shit, I need to buy one of those actually.
yeah,
fuck,
that's
dude?
cool. You get a phone stand like your it's like a microphone stand pretty much, man. And you just fucking put your phone on the stand and it stares at your face on the camera.
Recording you?
Yeah, it looks like it's like
Alright.
same like having a camera in front of your face, but it's just there for the face tracking. Yeah, it's I think I saw your. Did I see your model? I think I did.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Did you see mine?
Yeah.
God, it's gonna be so good.
私がジャンプマ
Yeah, I
スタ
wish
ー
I
で
had
す
fucking infinite money to pour in that shit.
What you say?
So I wish I had infinite money to pour in that kind of shit.
私がジャンプマスターだ
Just fucking
ただではやらねえぞ
deck it out fully.
最初の一杯は
Yeah, I got lucky. I got lucky with everything. And then when you when you get that lucky, you just gotta go for it.
Oh, 100%.
Dude, you didn't send shit.
I didn't fucking send it yet, motherfucker.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll,
dude.
I'll show you the
chill out.
updated version here.
God.
Watch your fucking jets, dog.
Yeah, what's your fucking jets, man?
Watch your jets. Watch your jets.
How many gamers we got here? None?
Alright, I've sent you the updated version now. It's fucking
Roger that.
insane.
I'm gonna turn into a VTuber too. But my VTuber model's gonna have massive milkers, dude.
I mean, there's dudes out there that have girl fucking.
They do.
I know that one guy that streams with like he streams like he has a doll VTuber model. He's a guy, but he's like a doll, like an actual like doll, rag doll, and then he can take his head off and shit.
What?
Holy fuck, this server is ass.
And he's got massive milkers, of course.
No.
Hey, if you want, man, if we can get you a VTuber model with massive milkers, you say your name.
Massive juicers, dude.
We'll get it done, dude.
Massive juicers, dude. It's gonna be a crazy VTuber model.
You'd probably get some fucking clicks of that.
You know, like I get that occasionally, like viewer boost or whatever. And then like
Yeah.
the viewers are here for like 10 minutes and then they leave. You know, they just have to rob a quick one.
And they just heard the voice.
We
and
run a
that.
3-minute. You run a 3-minute juicer. Yeah.
I'm on 1920 1080 again.
Wait, I'm gonna play. I'm trying to play 1680 by 1050.
I just swapped
ライトアー
back
ムを
to
発見しま
normal
した
res.
R バレルスタビライザーを発
How
見
do
し
you
ま
make
した
How do you make it so game capture? It does it on the. It does it on purpose, dude. It fully, you know. It always does 1920 by 1080, no matter what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean you can't do that. I don't think. You have to like resize it yourself.
Yeah, you do.
Alright, okay, let's resize it myself. Alright. There.
Yeah, a lot of fucking illustrators have the. A lot of
Massive
illustrators
juicers?
like to draw massive milkers for their models. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, dude. It's the meta.
I mean, if you can draw massive milkers, wouldn't you? Like, I'm just saying. If you had, you know,
No.
the skill to draw milkers, you'd fucking
Oh.
draw milkers. Fuck yeah, you would. You would be
No.
the first one to do it, man.
No.
No, fuck you, stop the captain. Also, milkers get you likes, you know. You draw some milkers, you get 50k likes on Twitter. Life's good.
Exactly. But it has to be like some unnaturally fucking massive juicers, dude. Have you guys ever watched Record of Ragnarok?
Yeah, oh my
Oh, people
god.
Dude, what's that goddess of beauty or whatever the fuck, dude?
Bro.
And there's like two statues, there's two men holding her
What
titties.
HP rate?
You're fucking
This rate's 1, dude.
30 miles out, dog.
I love that. I love that for myself. Blue,
Yeah,
purple.
you're fucking, you got that. Where they at?
Fucking under me.
Like below.
リチャージ中こっちに来い
Can I just fucking run this way?
の中に
One's right here. I'm letting on his head.
Alright.
待ちましょ
Yeah, blue,
Valkyrie.
purple and red.
シー
No,
ルドを
purple
使い切り
and
ましたリチャージ中
Valkyrie?
One's right here, looking at me.
Yeah, they pushed me.
Hit 40.
Under me.
Yeah. I can hit him with you, Manny, if you want.
Same, I got my ult.
Under.
Dead.
I feel like I'll relate it when I'm dead in a sense, I don't know why.
What the fuck would you want to do that for?
I want to feel like help.
Yeah.
Best friend in
Be
the
good
world.
at the game.
Right
シ
after
ール
me.
ドリチャージ中
After me. Ain't that shit? Valkyrie out.
Kinda cringe.
Oh, 20.
90, 70 purple or some shit.
I cracked one and 40 another guy. Oh, fucking 20, bro. I almost fucking. Oh my god.
A fucking 20.
A fucking 20, bro. A cheeky little 20, bro. Yes.
Beautiful.
What are you talking
One day
about?
she's gonna make a Reddit post about me being racist because I fucking use the UK accent sometimes. It's a bit crazy day, dude.
Racist towards UK. They're not a fucking race.
They are.
That's what they think they are.
Like Danish people are, dude.
Alright. Yeah, they okay then Croatian people are fucking race as well.
Yeah. I'm my own race though. Dude, turn off the fucking willy flicky donker, bro. Come on, man. That's what they call a light switch in the UK. You know that?
Yeah, do they?
A willy fricky donker. Yes, bro.
This Discord partner fucking hoodie is the comfiest hoodie I've ever worn in my life. So more comfy than the Mac Miller one I bought.
Nah, that's Cap.
Dude, it is. Though.
Cap.
But the Mac Miller one is like top
Red
tier,
Gamers.
for sure. The pink one? Holy fuck,
Yeah,
the pink one. You can
pink
sleep
one,
in
the
that
pink
one.
one, I've slept in it many times. I got one guy running towards me right now. Oh, what the fuck? Your leggies just came out of nowhere. Right here. 70.
I can't hit this monkey.
Bro, that boy running, dog. That boy, he off the scene.
Headshot 86. He's actual one. 6
He's
flash.
actually, he's not even healing. I didn't get the fucking KP for that. Wow.
Chloe, man. There's fucking Chloe up here.
He's running from kids over here.
Why is my screen blinking right now?
Don't
Next me.
Yeah. Rock one clips.
Wow, you're good.
One clip this guy too.
I need to slow heal.
Wait, what? 124.
Someone's fucking
They're
charging.
going back here. Oh no, he sold his teammate.
Did he res?
No,
Where is he?
he's down here. Hey, he went through the portal and one guy down here. Right here. Look at him.
Finish him, get his ass!
Blood on skin from behind. There's another
Buddy,
team coming. Another team coming, boys. Another team coming.
Go to portal, go to portal. Oh,
I fucking put it backwards, dude.
Okay.
Holy shit, this
We're not
guy's
going to
pop.
portal or what?
Take my
his
portal.
Take his portal. Oh, fuck.
They're pushing hard, in your ass,
Wait, they're
super hard.
Yeah, that's fine. My ult. 80, 200, 350. What the fuck, dude?
On the left,
Wait,
left,
give me forward. What the fuck? He's one shot. He's one shot, literally one.
Ash fucking 90 or whatever that card is.
73 and that guy.
I'm lagging.
Blood's one. What? Blood's one behind this bill.
Help me.
90 purple and Oaken or whatever.
I'm from Battery right now.
Pushing on you.
Get shot, body shot. Dead.
Play safe.
Open a bat as well.
Now.
Man, I had no choice to play safe.
There's another team. Shit on them. Oh. That kid's a
I cracked
fucking
two of them.
god.
No. Well, I fucking auto climb on accident and I died because of it. I should have ran.
And now they're dead too.
Dude, the ping on the U server is feeling nice.
Minus 34.
+0, baby.
I went through hell right there.
Yeah, we died like 15th, bro. Or 16th.
What?
That's that good shit. Water. Yeah, that was better than scrims yesterday. That actually was.
You're an idiot.
That's true. That's true. That's pretty.
That actually was better than scrims. Zone 2, 17 teams. We had 11 or 9 yesterday.
The NA scrims for Stormpoint actually not that terrible, surprisingly.
You should have seen, bro. The zone was mill and Barometer was not even in the next zone. Not even the next 2 zones. We had a team of Camp Power banners in scrims top barometer when they're not even in storm and they're not even like considering to rotate towards storm.
Sounds like you got outplayed, honestly.
Yeah, and they're all 3 control players, so
Ah.
makes sense.
You moved, right, Nocturnal?
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Hi, Cameron.
With who you live with?
Reptar, Mon, and Fun, and my girlfriend.
Dude. Has Mon made food for you yet?
Yeah, of course.
The juice?
Yeah.
Can we move in?
Fucking.
Make it
It's
juice?
amazing. It's amazing.
Can we
I
move the
move? Can I-
fucking?
Yeah. If
Will
you
you
want.
move right now?
Yeah, of course.
I'm
Yeah,
coming
fucking-
back
We
in
got,
right
we got
now.
living rooms and shit.
What's that fucking link you sent me?
That's the model. Don't show it on stream though.
Where? Oh, I'm sure right now.
Be back 1 sec.
You're gonna be full body juice or what?
Yeah, of course.
You're gonna be standing up?
Of course. Well, no, you don't have to do that. You can choose to have like a half body or a full body.
How much is that?
That was like the artwork and stuff was like less than 1,000.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like 800.
Alright.
It's nothing compared to RPRs. This is fucking holy fuck.
That was like 8K?
Something like that. I don't got money like that. I don't know how you got money like that, but you know.
The image money just running dry. Crazy.
Can only
Crazy.
imagine how much the popular ones cost.
Oh yeah. They're probably like 15, 20K?
Wait, how much did you pay for yours?
Mine overall was like 1,500.
Yeah.
Less than 2K.
I know illustrators that charge 10K plus just for the illustration.
Yeah, that's fucking understandable, but also what the fuck.
Yeah. Mine is like nowhere near that.
That is. Fuck.
Mine is like double of yours, no? For illustration. But I also got just for the illustration. But I also got you know,
Wait, what?
an actual fucking god.
Yeah, you went all out, respectfully.
Yeah.
Definitely fucking deserved it.
I saw one individual charge 12K for illustration
Dude, what?
with with like 3 expressions. Now I saw one. I know one person because I was trying to help Sleepy get his model, and we talked to an illustrator, a super popular illustrator. Don't get me wrong, but that person asked for 8K just for the illustration, and we said no. When we looked,
Yeah, I mean, I do the fucking same thing, dog.
yeah. I personally think that person was trying to farm his ass, but
Oh, I
Don't
mean,
you think-
easily.
Don't you, dude? Wait, so you have to make they have to make the entire illustration in like a 3D model, right?
so they have to. So first they have to make a concept. So they have to character design your shit, like right. That takes a piece of
Yeah, of
price
course.
because they have to design your character first. Then they have to take that character and illustrate in a way that it looks like towards the camera. So like a face, right? And then they have to do different angles, different expressions, and this and that. So it's a lot of fucking work, right? So like they can charge whatever the fuck they want because it's their time and etc. But I'm just saying, I'm not paying 8 fucking K. Personally.
Oh, that guy got the guns. Not about that. Oh god. Ooh.
My first emote ever was made from Daft.
Really?
And yeah, I paid
One of the
I paid 40 bucket Junos for it, dude. That was my entire paycheck that month. I got my first emote, dude.
That is a lot for an emote. My emotes were like 25 a pop. Or 20 a pop, right?
I think it was 35 or 40 bucks. It's cool though.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
It
never
does have
remove the
good
emote though. They're all above us, I think.
Yeah, they are.
You think they want to fight?
Over now, maybe.
リーグのカウントダウンが始動
Around the world, around the world, around the world.
No, but I'm like happy with the price I got. Oh, look at the respawn beacon.
Dude, can I get a
Grab the
booster
shit
mode
out
or
of
a
him.
massive talk?
Solo.
Rocketing him.
Tony?
フラグを投げる
Stunned him.
Knock him.
Nice nade. Holy fuck, it was a nice nade.
God, I'm the nader, man. That's me.
Underneath me?
Here.
Underneath me. I'm with you, Vinny. Yep. One shot. What the fuck? You a freak, bitch.
リロード中
I think the
How
last
come
guy
you do
is
that much
dead.
damage to me?
I don't know.
No, but
That
I'm
was
happy with the
impressed.
price I got. Even though like my artist wanted to give me a massive discount, but the discount just like for me personally, I think if I got the model for that much that he asked for, it wouldn't be fair towards him for the amount of work that he would put in. It would actually be
あな
like
たならその称号を奪い取れますよね
I would feel like I'm extorting him for fucking money because he gave me
Hey.
like an insane fucking discount. So I just told
I
him
love
to
some
give.
free shit, dude.
I just told him to give me his usual price.
Any wingies?
I got one in my hand.
Ooh, you want to give me that wingy or what?
Tempting, but you know me, man. I can't be giving you the wing you did. And
That's
I'm
an
not-
extra bolt if you need a minute.
What?
It's an extra bolt if you need it.
Oh yeah, I got purple one, I'm good. I'm all good. Two.
Alright, I got wingman triple take. Not really
Amazing.
like the best thing
あ
in the
と
world.
1分戦略を練る時間はありますよ
I'm dropping this triple take. I'm taking this.
You want a
one.
Mastiff or PK?
Don't care.
Here.
There's a wingman here.
ウィングマンを発見しました
Dropping a 224.
スコープを発見しました
Oh,
中距離用
man.
Vinny needs help.
Ass blasted. Crack that guy up top. I don't know if you're calling him, man,
There's
but
one guy. There's one guy. No, I was looking at him.
oh, he's just a solo.
Yeah,
残り30秒で
that
す
guy.
準備しなさい
Those banners.
Alright, you want to land on his head?
Fuck it. Only one guy. Fucking Ash. Ash poured off on him. Fuck it.
Can I get all the way up there? To the dashboard?
Potentially.
I think so. From here, I think.
Right here.
He's Valkultig also, you little fucking rat.
警告リング閉鎖中
That is so broken how far the Ashul
シー
goes
ルド
upwards.
リチャージ中
Damn.
Warcraft.
Nice.
Like that Valkud goes up in the air way more than like 75 meters.
Yeah.
On me. South.
Coming.
I'm coming.
One's here.
I'm coming.
One's an Ash. She's looking right here on bridge. Gibby Ash. There's no way I missed their shots. One's in this building.
45 blue on Ash. 45 blue on Valk.
Two in this building.
Holy shit, I got a bat.
シールドを使い
Give me 30. Give me 30 again. Give me 70 blue.
Forty-five.
Doc 90. Doc 160.
45 blue on Ash. I'm getting the bubble. Hog dead.
Give me one, give me one.
Fuck,
Oh
man.
my god.
ありえない
Give me one, clear my shot, clear my shot, clear my shot. Nice. Pushing you.
Oh, I've never lost it before in my life.
Oh, you win these.
Yeah, of course.
Crypto drone. We lost to everybody. Did it.
Run, Bandy!
Live stream. You get this. You get this. I know you.
Of course. I hit him for 81 flash, that guy, and I was like, yeah, I'd never lose this, but...
Yeah. The crypto old drone in your ass doesn't help. Yeah, it is. It's pretty easy eyes. You got 30 seconds on us. Can you make that?
Yeah.
I mean, by now, if they're not gone, we're not getting it. So.
The crafting.
Yeah, they're crafting. You get that
I hear
shit.
it.
The Kibi heirloom is so cool.
Pretty sure he's right behind you.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, I heard
I thought
something.
they were running right side. I thought they were running right
Wait,
side
it's
around.
this, it's
dude.
this guys with the fucking Yeah, look, they don't have a third. The third I reported.
You
That's
reported
the guy.
third?
Yeah, that's the guy that was fucking no recall aiming.
Oh.
Yeah, he got banned. I just checked my DMs with Rin. He's fucking banned.
Oh, they were fucking. He probably got. Dude, they probably got boosted by him.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Probably
saying right now.
yeah.
And they're stream sniping. Probably because look, he's sitting on your.
Yeah, look at my banner now. Damn.
Well played to them.
Damn.
Alright, they're all reported now. All of them are gonna get banned now.
He's still teabagging my body. They're staying here.
Yeah, they're gonna. They realized we got him banned, and now they're moving.
They're sure they're staying here. Yeah. Dude, why? Something I don't understand is why does it take so long to take a banner? I feel like it should just be like a quick interaction.
Should be instant, yeah. Boop boop and then go.
Yeah, or like press E and you loot the box like straight away. You know?
Yeah. Well, they're all reported now. They're all gonna get banned. Their third got banned literally in the middle of that match, which is why they fucking straight going stream sniping. It was really surprising for me to see a guy with 1900 kills on rate, 8 kills, silver badge, 8 kills in pre-lobby, and beaming everyone. Like he's not moving his aim, but he's doing 150 to a guy running away, and he didn't move it. He didn't move his aim. He aimed straight, and you could see when he shot his 301 that he has like a no recoil script or something.
Dude, I heard them fucking craft though. That's so weird.
Well, that's the global crafting bug.
No,
But
it
just
could be this. It could be their third that was crafting and he got banned mid crafting or something.
That
Oh, maybe.
that also could be a thing too.
Did you see that 300 damage, but there was some people laying on the floor?
Hey, Nick. Dude, Knock, I gotta tell you what I'm getting for all of this shit. I have to fucking tell you. Off stream. How much juice I'm juicing for the model. This motherfucker better not be talking to me muted right now.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Knock.
Oh, no.
I wanna be the guy. Thank you for Prime. Welcome. Thank you for Prime. Welcome. I'm so hungry, chat. Let me see what you made of. No, Cordy has it, 2D. Or like it's coming out. Like he has it ready, just didn't set up. We have to buy see. I'm hungry, chat. Ah, so hungry. So hungry. The tourney coming up 26th is the start of the Pro League. Hi, Goshen. Let me get a snack, dude. I'm gonna die if I don't get a snack. Hi, Tilia. Don't look at my bad, chat. I did not have the mental and the physical willpower to fucking make my bed this morning. Leave me alone. What's up, Buddha? My fucking leg. I'ma be fine.
Knock.
No
Yes, sir.
way. We lost him.
We got out.
Pin.
Yeah.
Should we play NA? Is NA better accused right now?
No.
Are you sure?
I don't think so.
Because yesterday I played NA this time. It was better, but
Yeah, but do you really want to play on NA?
I don't care if, as long as I don't have to sit in the lobby and wait for the queue to pop. I don't care what I play on.
I think EU's probably going to be better right now.
We can always check. Let's see the
Yeah,
queue
we
right
can.
now. 29. Can't really live this. Screenshot
That's a
boys.
big queue.
It'll merge soon.
You're gonna be fine. What's up, guys?
Oh.
Yeah, but a lot of JP people play on NA. That's why. A lot of JP people play on NA. That's why it's more popping at this time.
I guess with Japanese players, it probably is.
You want to just go?
Let's do it this game.
And this one's gonna pop any second now.
Yeah.
$44. Let's go. Good morning, Luna. Dude, this hoodie is so comfy, dude. Why is it so comfy, dude? It's such nice material. Discord really knows their shit, huh?
青々とした空が広がってる。リフトオフまであと10秒。
It's the Discord partner hoodie that they sent me
Ooh,
today.
some kind of a buffer.
What?
The 10Ks are ready. They're out in the flesh.
Yeah. Where the fuck do we go?
On the way home. Here.
ここはいい着地点になる。行くぞ。準備はいいな。
Are we alone?
Well, potentially. We have some late landers. No? Wait, this team is full. Wait, look at them! Look at them!
What?
They were fucking 3-man just full following that person solo landing.
Holy shit, they're only RP.
They were getting
Rats, dude.
greased.
Hey. Gotta do what you gotta do for
not
some
us.
RP, you know?
It's not me, I don't give a fuck.
True.
I do. Because if I'm in that guy's shoes, I'm screaming right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but you ain't.
Sure.
But you ain't. His sacrifice will, you know, we'll remember his sacrifice forever. We thank him for his
Noble
service.
sacrifice. Homie.
I need a fucking backpack, I'll be sick.
There's a blue one down there unless Manny got it.
Ah, I took it.
Well, I need any backpack. The color does not matter.
You need some bitches. That's what you need.
Interesting analysis of my life. Fun of that.
Listen to this guy. It's the NA ego, man.
What do you mean NA ego?
Ever since he converted to NA, dude, it's been like this.
Gets a fucking girlfriend and here we are, dude.
Dude, daily member, I could have been EU.
Oh.
I could have been EU with the boys. The blue bag right there, I just found that shit for you.
I fucking opened that bin, man.
I found that shit for you, dog.
We were next to each other.
I need a 2x scope or 3.
Dude, do I stick with Mozam hammer points or do I go PK? I think I go Mozam hammer points. This shit
Mozam
busts.
Yeah, I think so too. Think for the PK. I need one, dude. Ain't no way I'm fucking playing that shit. My god. I finally upgraded my Nvidia drivers. I haven't done that since I got my PC.
How long have you had your PC?
Like over half a year ago.
Ah.
We're getting new PCs now, dude. Juicers.
Yeah, gonna be used, dude. Crazy second PC for me, dude.
Fucking
Fucking.
You're gonna use it as your secondary?
Yeah, it's gonna be my stream PC.
I don't even know if I'm gonna use it. That's where I'm at. How do I use it? How do you?
Hey, giveaway for more Twitter followers. Bad, dude.
I would never give it away.
Hey. Guys, we're doing a quick giveaway on Twitter. All you have to do is like, subscribe, fucking follow, fucking send me your 2 firstborn children, all that stuff. And
Make sure to buy my NFT, my blockchain.
yeah. Knock. Yeah, you see this spot before? Come on.
What's that?
This right
Oh,
here.
in front of me, in front of me, in front of me. Fuck you and your squad.
I one clip that guy. That's what I was. That's what I actually one clip him. I cracked him though.
Where's Knock?
Cracked him again.
I'm right here, dog. What do you mean? I'm just not fucking down there with you.
Yeah, I'm in a predicament.
Yeah, I noticed that. You might want to get out of here before we get third party because everyone's fucking hunting.
Oh, yeah, little pussy. Hey, okay.
I am a little
14
pussy.
damage though. That's pushable.
I did 14 damage also.
I did 128. 203.
Also incredibly down to not fight out in the middle of the open with our backs.
I did another 14, baby.
God, you were
Go
fucking.
back then. Okay, go back.
What's your spot? Oh.
Hey, next to me, next to me.
Yo, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to
We
me.
gotta fight this guy.
No,
no,
yeah,
no,
my
no,
fort. My fort.
Alright, I'm fucking taking port, I guess. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck!
You're fat.
You rest?
Holy shit.
死ぬのはこれで最後にしなよ
Give me purple. Just run back. They're gonna get turret so fucking hard.
Dude.
Can you have Phoenix? There you go.
I'm feeding him.
Those guys are gonna get turret. There you go. I fucking told you.
I'm gonna craft some batteries real quick.
Back.
Batteries.
Look in front of us as well.
Yeah, I'm fucking one clip one of them, okay? You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Like 50 blue, dude. That's
Literally
almost
one, literally one dead. One more wife.
I need to turn the VPN on again. Oh shit, I'm packing lots of cards. They just raised someone on the left here.
Got him. Dude, another squad.
Oh, he's just hard aped in the bubble.
Dude, no way, dude. 100 on one guy. Please help, help, help. The range is very bad.
No way.
Dude, no hope.
How the fuck are you gonna help you?
It's only 2. And I did have 80 flash on one of them.
I
Guys,
said that before, I would have fucking helped you.
no, you can help me no matter what if it's 2 one.
Well, I wasn't near you. How do I help you when I'm not next to you? That guy's
If we
one.
get 100 gifted for that one. You get 100 gifted for that one. The first thrower in the game.
Where is this raid? Oh, he got knocked. I'm getting grappled on.
Yeah, I'm watching you. Path one.
Oh, it's only 2.
We're gonna shot the back. We're gonna shot the back. We're gonna shot the back.
They're tethered. They're tethered on our guard. The shot right there, no criminal.
Bring it back.
Nice. Don't die.
You have TP? You have TP?
No,
Oh, you
wait, my
fucking
TP went
stupid
down.
bitch.
Dude, that shit went fucking way further on my
Go up
screen.
and unplug me, Chinook Tunnels.
Yeah, I got you, Poppy.
Yeah. Happy Chulo.
シールドをリチャージする
My TP went way further, bro.
Parker,
Holy
figure it the
shit.
fuck out and get over here.
Yeah, I will. Let me just fucking pop this penis, man.
Yeah. And even if you die, keep plugging. Oh.
Dude, shut the
If
fuck
you die,
up.
keep
You
juicing it,
dumb
dude.
motherfucker.
Keep juicing it, even if you're dead, dude. We got like a whole graveyard over there on that pillar. That tether was juice.
I don't think anyone's looted this.
I don't care, I want more.
There's
I want more.
a body right here. There's 3 bodies right there, actually.
Oh man, their mom's so fat. Help me.
Dude,
Oh, sorry, not a woman. Man.
yo, hold
I'm
it.
dead.
Go help Reaper. He needs help, I guess.
Me dead.
Bro, I'm dead now.
シールドをチャージ
You know,
I picked up a rampage.
at least you're not playing with 30% packet loss like me. Holy shit.
I'm playing with 140 ping. Basically the same thing.
Yeah, but people are teleporting for me, man. It's
Okay,
different.
then that sounds like a you problem.
Dude, our press
It is
training
me
NA, dude,
problem.
he's complaining. What
Alright.
the fuck?
NA
dude.
people are the kings of lag. They know way better
alright.
about lag.
Motherfucker.
Playing
no.
so much will take so much damage.
Askers?
Can we kill these fucking boring ass idiots?
One more wife. Damn murder.
I'm off the scene. I don't care. Fuck you guys.
Why?
You always made me out.
Yeah. Come here.
These guys are
I'll
murderable.
do it right for you. Come here.
I think they're fighting up there.
I'm plugging. Yeah,
get some juice, let me get some
yeah,
juice.
our brother.
Let me get some juice. Yeah, you got that?
Oh
got
shit,
that,
we
Arthur?
both do it at the same time. Look at it.
I'm juicing, dude.
No, what are we doing? Why didn't we kill her?
What do you mean? Why didn't we kill them? Your teammates got fucking brain lag.
Are they fighting?
Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I am.
Are they fighting? Can we go fight them?
No, they're done.
I don't think so, dog.
I almost died right there.
Yeah, I know my teammate has brain lag.
No, you're the one with the brain lag, dog.
How,
We're gonna
dude?
let it on.
I'm
We're gonna let it
looting,
on.
dude. I'm fucking looting. How do I have brain lag?
One more.
Hey, Maxers.
Oh my,
Oh my
dude!
God.
I needed all 3 of those. Where's my what? Where did my purple armor go?
I don't have it.
I needed all 3 of those. Holy shit, that was crazy.
God, I need to fucking turn the VPN on again, man. This is kringe.
Does he ever stop?
Can we shoot that guy?
Why the fuck would you shoot him already?
Because you're a mom.
I got crazy angle soon.
What the fuck?
Did the 50 on him.
I
Bro,
can't
he's
hit him because
trash.
he's teleporting on my
These guys,
screen, bro.
These guys. I'm playing with 2 professional sign players, dude.
He's in his corner. Dude, stop teleporting. Give me. Stop packet lossing. Holy shit. Fucking hate this game.
What's doing, man? Oh my god.
Wait, Loba's still there. Wait.
Oh, she not just sold yet.
Dude, I started this game with no packet loss. How did I gain packet loss over time?
I need energy ammo.
Come. Luba old.
Luba.
180.
Not this guy's mom being
180.
fat again. Holy
180.
shit.
Luba old.
It's the
160
same
batteries,
team
maybe
with a
quick
charge
one.
rifle. Can we end them already?
You need batteries?
No.
I just dropped 4 batteries.
Someone just flew over.
No.
I can take some batteries just to carry them.
Good son. Little crybaby.
Man, fuck off, dude. If you played on this packet loss, you'd be fucking on
Man,
Reddit already.
fuck you.
You literally be on Reddit fucking crying, dude.
Bro.
Motherfucker's our brother's writing a 17-page essay in his mind right now about what the fuck he's gonna write on this. He knows exactly what he's gonna go to Reddit on about after this, dude.
Dude, I need a fucking packet loss removal service. So I need. Someone just died here.
They're. I want this fucking.
Dude, we could
Kraber.
flank these guys over here and fucking murder them in cold blood.
You know what? Just for you, I'll do anything up here.
Let's go. Those are the guys that keep charged up and they ate like 3 batteries from.
See, this is why Hawkins fucking hates EU rank. Tell that.
Alright, yeah, they're apparently here with no audio.
I need to cover Menders.
Dude, these guys are the most fucking aware fucking degenerates on the planet.
That's teammates, man.
I'm loving this shard rifle gameplay, dog.
He's pulling it.
I'm gonna walk to one of them and we're going after, eh?
Hey, can you one-kill one of them, please? We got Gibby
Serious?
ulted. Wow, we getting pushed.
There's 32 one guy.
I got Gibby ulted. I'm off the fucking scene on this bit. No way that hit me. Fuck your life.
No, I fucked them. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Dude, I did 160 on them like 2 times.
How are we
No,
gonna
wait.
fucking gap close, dude? We wasted our portal.
Yeah, we can't gap close. We gotta leave now. I can close their gap, let me tell
I
you.
want
I
that
literally
fucking.
did like 500 damage.
I'm
on
going
them.
for the package. I want this Kraber.
Close
No,
their
we
fucking
killed them.
gap, bro.
I want the Kraber.
こっちは撃たれてる
Oh my god.
They're pushing at you, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see him fucking try it.
41 purple on the Valk.
リング縮小まであと1分
How can someone so dull should be so confident?
ベース部隊だ警戒しろシールドリチャージ中
You wanna evac, Randy?
45秒
Yeah, I'm probably should. We're gonna get Jacob.
We're gonna get fucking. Dude. You just got shot in the back and you're just like. Come here, come here.
They're all now.
We'll follow them. We'll follow them.
Yeah, not like that.
I just gotta speak stupid for you guys.
Look at him. Fucking charge after landing. Smoke his ass.
We're landing on them? I'm down.
Yeah. I'm landing on the roof of this building.
Where are they going? Oh, they just got shit on.
Dude, this is
Yeah, I
fucking
know.
stupid.
They're right here. They're right here. They're right here.
They're bubble and everything.
Right there.
That's two teams. Two teams. Three teams. Three teams. Three teams. Very careful. Careful. Careful.
I need light ammo.
Yeah, we can try and loot.
Teammate.
How are they
fucking
not
crazy.
dead?
They're right here.
That's another team.
Oh, they're right here.
Are they in that corner?
That's still another
No.
team.
No, it's not. It's them in the corner.
That's still another team.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
The
it
fucking
is.
team just landed. No, it's not.
You're mad.
Can we kill them?
They literally just landed. It was sitting in the corner.
We're gonna get 3 feet. We can do it.
Yeah,
Can
I'm
we
just
kill them
saying,
anyway?
not
I don't
them.
go fucking
You're wrong.
stupid.
I'm saying you're wrong, dude.
I'm saying fuck your life.
Can you guys
I'm
shut the
saying
fuck
you're
up and kill these guys? Both of
you,
you.
idiot.
Holy shit.
I don't
That is
wanna
not
do it
even
now.
in the zone.
This guy's an asshole.
I don't need to be in zone.
シールドをリチャージしてるところだ
I just knocked 2 of them.
Talk two of them.
I stuck tethered one, red.
Wait, can you shoot through this fucking?
I could
ball
bet my ass
sack?
you could. What am I shooting at?
We're about to get crypto EMP'd, by the way.
Blue cracked on the fucking Gibby.
They fucking bubbled you. Motherfucker.
That guy's smoking crack. Cocaine, cocaine.
I'm gonna shot in the back, dude.
I mean,
Yeah, dude. TP
I don't know. I don't even know where to TP you, bro. There's nowhere I can TP you.
Perfect, perfect. No, perfect TP.
That is not very perfect.
It is.
Funny battery.
No one lives, no one can see
I
me.
got you in a second. I got you in a second.
No one can see me either.
You're
They
getting
got.
TP'd
They
on.
just TP'd on my ass. What the fuck is
Dog,
that?
dog, I have bubble, We can fucking 1v3. What do you mean?
Look, he's killing me in storm. They want to finish me so bad. I'm their first KP today. Holy shit, man! I actually am.
Crypto 70.
Under that guy. Fuck the crypto.
I flushed him. Oh, I flushed him a billion, dog.
The crypto's still here.
Get my shit.
Bubble, bubble.
I don't have bubble. I used it. I have to tank this. Please don't hit me again. It will. Stop pressing.
Self-res in crypto.
I can't.
Stay behind me, please do. So bad.
No way. I'm gonna let you rest, dinosaur.
Look at him. I just want to see how much KP they are.
Wait, it's the same fucking team. Is it not?
No, it's
No, it's fine.
actual first KP of the game. Oh my god.
Sick
Yeah.
AP, dumbass.
No, that guy was fucking 4. That means that I was his fucking second KP of the game. I'm are we playing NA? I'm Alta foreign.
Sure.
I actually have to reach my game. This is so bad.
Sure.
Dude, what the fuck is going on with this video game? I actually can't even close it. Chad, I'm gonna go get my food soon. Just give me a sec. Oh, you keep him coming. Am I joining you, Knock?
We're in the same lobby.
Yeah.
Who's the leader?
Me.
Yeah. We're back. I'm gonna get my food.
We're back 2 seconds.
Oh my god, I almost threw my food all over the place. I don't give a fuck if you hate me. It's so hot. I'm eating mashed potatoes, peas, and like, I think this is turkey instead of chicken. It's super fucking hot though. I burned myself already 4 times. Park. God, this is so hot, man. I just want to put it in my mouth, but I can't because I burn myself every time I do it. Oh yeah, taxi.
Can you give me your best monkey impression? Both of you guys.
Fuck, dude. RP, go first.
I'm eating, bro.
Bro,
Oh,
RP,
dude, that was so good, RP!
dude, beautiful.
Oh my god, that's crazy!
Fuck you guys.
He's full-time monkey anyways, we already know that.
Dude,
Man, they give
come
me
on,
yours.
Doc, let's go.
Bro, I can't beat you. No, I don't even want to do this because I know I can't beat you.
Dude, it's just a small, this is a small monkey, dude.
This small.
Dude, that's the baboon, dude.
A little warm up.
Yeah.
Who the fuck's spamming voice lines I'm trying to eat?
Pain, death, nothing faces me. Is that the one?
Yep.
What about?
I can wait RPR to die around the corner and be like fucking NA ping. Go back to you.
Yeah,
At least I don't have packet loss on NA, man.
Oh shit.
Back
We're
back
two teams. I'm gonna miss.
At least I don't have backend loss.
The packet loss is terrible because you die.
Oh, I'm landing on the kid's head. Get his ass, get his ass. You missed the tether?
How, dude? It was on his feet.
Nah, you're not a fucking...
How did that not work? It was on his feet. 122 on this guy. That's Kringe, bro. That's not real life.
Oh no! Kringe! Give me a knock one of them, where? I have a bow.
I got a 30-30. I'm about to... It's a hard dip set.
I'm Legolas.
His name is Legolas. Legally.
Is that a 2-timer? Nope.
Hold on, Maritza.
My guns are straight dog shit.
Straight dog meat?
Straight dog shit.
Havoc alternator,
Oh,
baby.
my God.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm down to leave this. I don't know about you guys.
No, what? Kill them. It's 2 teams,
Bro,
right?
it's 2 teams. I have 1 installed in my name.
70 on right armor raid.
One-sided.
Below them. Oh, I should have shot him in the window cross. Fucking bad.
Yeah, okay, we definitely don't have loot for this anymore.
Okay.
I'm out of mid.
No, go south.
Let's go here. Now we really pushed our fucking limits. Mande, you knock someone, I'm not even coming back. Fuck, it's all you.
I don't need help. I'm fine.
He doesn't need help. He doesn't need us.
I headshot a 2. Yeah, I can fucking 1v3 these guys. That's not very good.
Fucking petted that guy, I'm not gonna lie. You dead, dog?
No. They're shooting at each other.
Okay.
What I'm doing right now is I'm creating space for us.
Right.
And by that I mean creating space for myself.
Right.
I can go in and 1v6.
Right. fucking 6.
I can do that. I need to turn on music a little bit. So like,
I'm not saying you
Yeah.
can, I'm just saying.
they're fighting now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Lying to me?
No. I'm going.
Alright,
They're
he's
actually
going.
full fighting.
He's going.
If I die, I die. You don't have to go for my banner if you can't get it. If I die, it's my own fucking fault.
I'll
Alright.
be dead right there behind you. Holy shit, the mother load.
His name is Expert. You can't even spell expert, dumbass. There's no way I lose against this guy.
You know,
Yeah.
excerpt's a real word, right?
No, it's not.
Right. Don't argue with the English man. Monday's the English man.
Knock 2.
Got you, don't worry.
Perfect.
部隊を全滅させました
Because now we can kill these guys.
Bro, I don't know what you can do without you.
Yeah, it's cool. Saved your ass there, bro.
リロード中
Fucking...
周囲
Thank
環
you,
境
Daddy.
をマーク中
Oh no.
There.
あっちに敵が
I was about to say that was my kill. Ain't no way to take that.
Raid purple, run away into Narnia. They're fighting here.
I'm off the scene. Okay.
Runaway, that's a good song from Kanye West.
Right. That's what I was saying. It's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah.
They're fighting here on the front side of the ship. Let's go. Or what? We're being pussies.
There's a lot of loot.
Loot when you can get kills.
There's a hell of a loot here.
I
Yeah,
would
neither.
like... Okay, this is gonna sound ultra cringe, okay? You know what? You know, you guys are not gonna like this one, but I would like RP.
リロード中
Right. Shit. That is 3 dudes in my ass, dude.
Right one. Take the flyer, man. He took it. Cracked him.
Fucking
Nice.
idiot.
Got here. Valk on the side. Valk down here.
Yeah.
Alright. 96 headshot that guy. 96 headshot on you. Nice.
There's a different team. Pull
He's
back,
in
pull
that
the fuck
guy.
back.
120 on him.
縛り上げてやる
That fucking cracked the Pathfinder here.
シールドを使い切りまし
Crack this guy. Valkyrie. Dude, she has some fucking blue light face cream. Shoot her.
リロード中
Cracked her.
動けなくしてあげる
Cracked her again. I'm dying because of this.
アークスターを使う射撃開始
She ran away.
Here.
No, she's still above you.
That's a different one.
Valgram.
Wait, on her right, on her right. Who's that, homie?
動けなくしてあげる
The Pathfinder on your right, up there,
Yeah, she
south.
jumped past him.
交戦中リロード中
He's broken. One shot.
Cheating.
He's tap
Obviously.
strafing?
I have one arrow left.
シールドリチャージ中
I just have one arrow. That's it.
Okay. He got no gun. He's got no gun. He's not
Almost
helping.
1 second. A new team was shooting you.
Yeah.
Yo, I have a fucking good idea, boys.
リチャージ中
There's a devotion here also.
No, I don't need that.
少しシールドをリチャージする
Dude, I'm
Wait,
going
what?
back here.
Wait,
I'm going
what?
back.
How-
I'm going back
He
Oasis.
killed himself. He killed himself inside the cockpit.
Yeah, I don't need
What?
that. I'm going
Really?
Oasis.
I need
Yeah.
that fucking RP, dude.
I'm going back Oasis. I'm crafting arrows.
He's going back Oasis. Okay. Whatever, let's go
マー
back.
ク中
I don't need that. I don't need 50. I already got all of
射
it.
撃
Are they landing on our heads?
Yep.
交戦中
No, they're not.
Yep.
It's not our heads. Fire.
Over our heads. Oh my god.
Oh, shit, dude.
They're still fighting, dude. We're the only pussies that are not involved.
I'm crafting batteries.
Shut the fuck
I have 0 batteries. Can you get from me?
Let's just
No, actually. Let's go come get
I have one.
クラフトする
Okay.
長くはかからない
Revs, 6 months, welcome back. Thank you.
周囲環境をマーク中
No way you're
Holy
not
fuck, they're
crafting
taking the
for your
balloon
teammate.
up.
ナービーを直しま
Taking
し
the
た
fucking balloon up.
What's up,
Watch
Color?
me hit the shot.
Your teammate's hitting gold mark. I actually don't need bats anymore. All good.
Oh!
進化シールドを発
I
見
hit
しま
one!
した
Over here!
レベル3
Where?
He was flying in the air, dude.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hey,
アローを発見しました
valid.
Anyone want my bat? I want bat. I don't need.
I want that, yeah.
リングのカウントダウンが始動。
アローを発見。少しシールドをリ
この場所にシールドバッテリーを発見しました
Okay, let's leave. Let's go. So I wanna eat my food and sit in this building.
が降りてくる。
Think that sounds reasonable.
I can get red armor soon.
Yeah, me too. I'm almost there.
I'll level up your armor, Knock, right?
Okay.
Thank you so much, Rose, for the 6 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the fam. Bablam. There's someone what you would say.
Did the one hit the ballon or what?
There's someone here.
あそこに敵逃さないでく
Don't
だ
you
さ
want to
い
eat, dog?
I do. In
the
safety
fuck
though.
you-
Go on this and eat, and then we can hit beak and shit.
Yeah, but there's people there.
No, it's not.
I just saw, man. Right here.
Here.
Man, you're in the left.
Fucking lying.
Look, they just ran out there. They left. Oh yeah, just invite them back. Yeah. Open invitation.
Yeah, we're gonna turn around.
Well, it's ranked. They might. No, they
And the
actually
beep,
didn't.
Alright.
I'm eating food.
次のリングをスキャン中。
You wanna see all the crazy, Knock? Look, if you bubble downstairs, it blocks
Oh
up
my
top too.
Fuck, you're so talented.
Isn't that cool?
I would suck your dick.
Yeah, same, dude.
Your own dick?
Yeah.
Okay, I respect that.
を発見。中距離用
I'm stopping you now.
Done. I'm chilling. Chilling. Dude, if you had to eat your homie's ass, dude, would you do it?
Of course.
Same, dude.
If he was gonna die or for free, I'd do it for free
Dude,
anyways.
dude, I have to suck the venom out your dick, dude. I have to-
Shit, I don't even need venom at that point. It's just extra.
Dude, getting bit in the dick by a snake, dude, and your friend has to suck it out. Imagine telling that story. Buy in?
撃ってるぜ
60? I actually hit him. I wasn't even fucking lying.
敵のシールド終わったぜ
120.
敵を発見
You actually broke his arm.
I did it.
I'd be fucking mad. If I was just getting shit on by a bow kid fucking 3,000 meters out. Dude, RPR kind of blends in with this background. Look at this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, homie looks like a fucking IKEA store.
Yeah, true. Wait, what? That's actually crazy.
Dude, RPR, you're
I did that on
fucking...
purpose, man.
Wait, what?
You're a wood wall.
全員がリング内にいる。これも信仰の力。
Wait, someone's on us.
I was about to say I heard that shit.
That's a little meatball right there, dog.
You guys. Oh, double headshot, body.
14 purple
Holy
push.
shit.
You wanna push, actually?
Oh, these guys are actually low.
I
they
work
ass?
with my molly. I don't want to push anymore. He's in here alone.
okay, they're
I can
ass.
shoot
They're
on him.
Their ass.
50 on that. Give me. But that guy is fucking turbo dick.
Walked in front door.
Wait, I can't fucking do anything.
I broke
I'm
a
not
give me
gonna do
100.
anything. I'm blind.
Give me one.
You're bad.
New team.
You're top of another team.
They're having sex with me inside. They're all fucking low.
Another
all
team
fucking
going
one shot
west,
inside.
West.
2 are down.
Okay, I'm helping. I'm
One
helping.
left. Only Octane left. Only Octane left. 2 are down. You can bubble res this. Bubble res this.
弾を通さない
Oh, he's behind you. Behind you.
Come to me.
He's finishing me. He actually finished me. Are you fucking kidding me?
方向にハンドルを切るのだ
He got fucking railed. He got railed. He got railed so hard. Come on, Nog. Come on, man.
Bro, shut your bitch ass up. You're dead. Dead people can't talk.
That's true. Roleplay, dude.
But I can burp. Burp back.
おおお前らどうやら俺様が新しい
Three big thighs. And it busted in my eyes.
What's the likelihood of getting the banner? 0? 0.
Approximately 0.
These fucking controller looters are sitting on the box, fucking AFKing loot real quick. Alright, we're leaving. Let's leave, Mandy.
87 head.
Let's leave.
No, we can do this. They're playing Lifeline. We can 2v3.
Yo,
Roger
plug me right
that.
there.
Oh, just,
We have to get your banner first, fuckface.
Get my banner, plug me right there.
Bro, I can't hit lifelines. They're impossible to hit.
It's impossible to hit this fucking Russians.
Okay, dude, listen here. Keep shooting, keep shooting. Do a lot
Neko,
of
thank you for that,
sound.
They're hard aping on me. I can't fucking hear a thing.
I got banner.
They're
Yeah.
hard aping your ass, actually in your ass. Hard aping your ass.
HP headshot. 60 on one guy. I'm Mr. Wrestling, alright?
Go for it.
You should take the zip behind you, no.
That was fucking
Yeah.
cool.
I can't
You're
even
not
move
like
though, it's
hard.
20 seconds. I need to get the fuck out of.
Good luck, Mandy.
Mind they make me a zip.
Oh yeah. You just fucking spawn a zipline, dude.
I thought you can do that.
Vroom.
There's 3 people
cool,
below
dude.
Nox zipline, they wanna have sex with him on the zipline.
ここへ向かいますついてきてください
Just fucking run. Yeah, I got you, Knock, right? I got you above
リ
you.
ングが迫ってくる中に
Dude, yeah, I fucked him. I fucked him big time. Knock one. It's perfect. Yeah, yeah. We gotta go up. We gotta go up.
Yeah, we do. There's a body right here. Up here.
Yeah.
Can I loot it?
Slurp it. Slurp it. Slurp it. Slurp it. Slurp it.
Yeah, full body right here.
I'm walking up.
I didn't even detect the attachments, I just... Oh, you didn't detect the 301.
I'm walking with you, Mandy.
Behind me.
I got a bubble.
Whoa,
These
whoa,
guys.
whoa.
Come. Fuck these guys.
I'm batting. I'm batting. Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Just keep betting.
Batting as well, batting as
シー
well.
ルドを使い切りました
Hey,
Team on the right as well.
Yeah.
We gotta
We
push
slide
these
on. So we slide.
100. Knock.
100.
No, fuck. 30 on that guy. You guys got
Red.
that? Yeah. 2-1.
No.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Fucking...
Where they at, though?
Get out, I'm on this.
I'm sticking him.
I'm instant
It's only a door, it's only a door.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not bubbling. Fuck it.
That armor's broken.
Lifeline cross, 45 gold.
Betting.
Oh, it's a fucking Mirage, dog. I don't know which is the real one. Where is he?
Marathi, dude.
It's the fucking. Oh,
It's the guy in the middle.
Wait, they're all in the middle.
Motherfucker, that's the guy in the
Just
middle.
shoot everyone, bro.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm fucking this guy. I'm fucking
I
this
cracked
guy.
him. He's stuck by my tether.
Bubbling on him.
I'm pushing this lifeline.
仲間には指一本も触れさせないぜ
Fucking spit on you, geek.
部隊を全滅させ
Get off.
How the fuck are we alive right now?
I'm fucking included.
シールド
I love it. I love it though.
リング
Fucking love it.
回復中
I'm alive.
Yeah.
I need shotgun ammo. I'm looting.
Yo, fuck it. Why did I drop my bow? I'm farming with the bow right now.
Yeah, you were kind of farming.
A whole team ratting in this fucking building like a bunch of fucking wussies, dude.
Seriously?
Seriously, man. Kukli Vakman 100%.
Oh no. No.
Dude, and they got
And he fucking died.
guns. They got guns.
He died.
I didn't die.
リチャージ中
No, he
They got
died.
turret. They got turret.
Yeah, just don't die, boys.
Those guys got insta turret. Oh, we have to go left, man. Or
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
We have to go left. We have to go there. I got my port. I got my port.
Okay.
We got a port like some fucking dog. We got a port here, big time. Nice, taking, zing.
I have to bubble this shit, man, or we have to jump over.
I'm fucking holding on the right side. I'm holding on the right side.
We're fine here. We're fine here.
Yeah, we're fine here.
Come with me. He's trying to fly up or some shit.
いますよ
Look on the left.
Dog.
I can hit him. That guy's one.
あそこに敵がいる
The guy right here. He's going up in the silo. He's
Bro,
on the silo.
it's a 15 second. Push north.
してあげよう
There's fucking kids in storm playing with their wieners.
彼らは称号にはふさわしく
They're
な
in.
かっ
They're
たよ
in the cheat shield.
They're dead. Fucking dead.
リチャージしてるところだ
Throw me heat shield. Throw me heat shield.
What?
Throw me heat. Oh, they're going up. Wait, they can't lift this. They died. I suck dick, dog.
Dude, my teammate didn't hit a single shot.
How did they
I
lift
wasn't even
that?
shooting. Like 50 purple in one. We gotta play this.
次に行くべき位
Oh,
置
we're
をマーク
fucking
しました
vibrating, dog.
I got a gold bag and like, I'm not even gonna give him in.
Give it to Manders.
That's
dog.
right. Shh. Like, piece of shit real quick.
In here, a whole 3 motherfuckers.
Oh,
Come here,
that's a
man.
whole lot of
そ
motherfuckers.
う簡単には逃げられない
Thank you.
We should kill the
That's
duo
in
on the
there,
left,
right?
man. The duo is probably here,
こ
right?
こへ向かいます
Yeah, I can
つい
scan in
て
a
きてくだ
second.
さい
Yeah, if we kill the duo, I can swap weapons too. So I don't have
We have
weapon
20
right now.
seconds to do this.
Thank you.
I see them.
Sabrina.
60. 60.
Headshotted.
60. Val. The king of fucking.
100.
You guys should arrest me. What are you?
Yeah, I'm going.
敵を一人
Here, papito.
部隊が全
Fuck,
滅
dude. You
攻撃を受けてる
just straight up fucking left like that. I gotta change weapon. Can I make
Here,
that?
there's no time.
There's a
no
bunch
time,
of
no
shit
time,
here.
No time, no time, no time, no time.
No time? You sure?
I don't think so.
Okay, guys.
What do you want?
I just need a spare weapon.
Oh,
I
you have
don't care.
anything?
I'm flatline
both.
wingman. You want one of mine?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
I got flatline wingman,
Okay.
bro. I don't need both.
Look on the left. That's the team.
I can give you
On
the
open.
flatline, man. There.
Take
No,
this
no, it's
fucking
fine. I
gun,
have
dog.
50 bullets. No, it's fine. I have 50 bullets. 54 flash dead. 6 flash dead.
Wait, they're sliding in. They're being ignorant as fuck, dog.
Yeah, they're dead.
Blue and purple is fucking 160 on Valk.
敵のシールドを渡す
I'm shitting on them. I'm shitting on them so hard.
You ult this? You ult this, lady?
150 range. No, I don't have ult.
What is happening? Why am I dying to this fucking
Wait,
smoke?
I'm killing.
リチャージ中
Kill one guy downstairs.
Order him, bang. Robotomy.
Careful.
I'm gonna die here.
Dead.
On me,
One,
inside
one.
on me.
One, one. No, blood.
Nice.
I was twerking.
Good twerking.
Nice twerkage. I need
Twerking that
to be
fucking
so
fat
bad.
ass.
APEX のチャンピオンとなりました
He's twerking now. Everybody's jerking now.
Twerking now. The cocks come out.
They're smirking now.
You had 4K damage in the fucking phone.
That was killing me.
Alright, I'm gonna go pee pee real quick. Ready up and pee pee.
Fuck you.
Fuck yeah, baby. Fuck yeah, baby. Fuck yeah, baby.
There's no way you had 4K damage to the fucking phone.
Yeah.
You're a freak bitch.
Wait, like. Oh shit. How long is dude, is this okay? Is it LG with you? Knock?
With me. Oh, you want Taishin?
Yeah, Tashin's ready
Yeah,
after
of
this.
course.
Alright.
It's fine with me.
Shut the fuck up!
Alright. Tashin got raided, dude. Pog.
Everybody's twerking now. Monday's jerking now. I can see him smirking. How? Hello?
Hey,
What happened?
nothing. You were going off. Those bars.
This is LG with knock, by the way.
Oh, really? He's gone?
Yeah, he's kicking
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
He doesn't like me.
Tashin's ready.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Wait, what's your schedule right now, knock?
Sergeant is good.
I'm just waking up whenever, honestly.
Alright, cool. We should play more.
Fucking
done.
sadness, we're leaving him?
Yeah, well, I just got you a fucking fat dub and you're just leaving me.
Dude, yeah, that's because me and fucking the boys had a deal, you know?
Yeah, well,
Hey,
fuck
brother, what-
Taishin, dude.
Nope.
Tell him to go play pubs. That's his specialty.
Nope. Play with the boys.
That's his specialty.
Am I wrong? RPR, come on.
I would say Tashin has many specialties.
Ooh, what are we talking? Like, so what are we talking?
Like 1v3, competitive, I don't know.
Tongue action?
He listens well.
He listens well.
Sometimes. Not always, but
I
sometimes.
don't think any of you guys had like a kind of specialty.
Yeah, listening well is an important thing in competitive.
Yeah, but I don't think any of you have that though.
Oh, Manda definitely does. He Manda didn't have it, then he got it, and now he lost it again. He stopped listening. I don't know what it is. I think it's an ego problem. He's been hitting too many bow shots.
今回のチャンピオンです
Too many bow shots.
What?
Yeah, that's fine.
Also, I'm back. You guys talk to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Only speak to when spoken to.
You see? It's an
Damn,
ego problem,
dude.
I told you.
Homie gets a big stream and just all goes into his big ass head.
You should have
Scream, dude,
You should have
motherfucker.
seen us. You should have seen us scream the other day. This guy used to has a bow in his hand,
Like,
and
that
he's
was
just
crazy.
ears off, dude. He's not even connected.
Dog, if you see that, you're thinking, dude, man is the most alpha person I've ever seen in my life. Taishina, our brother, pushing a duo. All I'm thinking is they have it, Giga Chat, right? And I'm just standing there and I'm bow timing.
I'm screaming for a bubble, dude.
I'm screaming bubble. I'm just standing there. I'm looking at a guy that I knocked. I'm just trying to finish him on the floor. Oh,
This
not
guy
close,
shot
target.
like 6 arrows in a guy's knockdown while me and
Six?
Tashin are
10.
doing.
I shot 10 arrows.
Oh yeah, probably more than 6.
We have a team here, by the way.
And I like turn around. I'm like, yo, man, can we get a bubble? And I'm like, he's fucking 100 meters behind us.
We have a
Not
team
even
here?
the same
Yeah,
realm,
we have a
dude.
team here.
バックパックを発見
I need it. North.
Motherfucker had the audacity to say Mandy gets a big stream and then suddenly his fucking ego is crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah, his ego blew
I've
off.
always been the same, dog.
Yeah, that's true. You know,
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
you've actually
That's
never changed.
Yeah,
That's
he's always
true,
been an
that's
asshole. He never
Oh, they
listened.
opened it.
Thank you.
96 headshot. Hey, 150
Go
of
back,
them.
go back, go back, go
I
back.
killed him, I killed him. Go, go, go. Damn, shorty, okay.
You shit with that ass or what?
Oh, fucking that shit was.
Is it a ball?
Find you one guy. An Ash. What the fuck?
I
Damn,
spent the
that was
entire time
kinda-
trying to dodge a nade. Holy shit.
Kinda hot.
Was that a bow again? Did you bow him again?
Yeah, headshot, body, body. That's what I'm saying. What was fucking crazy early to mid game?
ショットガンボルトを発
You
見
were using it all game last night. Or
Yeah,
last game.
early
That's
to
nice,
every
dude.
game.
Dude.
No, it's only good early to mid. That game it gets super bad. Anyone wants full stack Wingman with golden heavy?
Yeah.
A bunch of arrows, bunch of everything.
I'm dropping a
Not
301.
arrows,
Full juice 301 right here.
Yeah, I still got a bow.
R301 を発見しました
Maybe knock one's a full juice
What do I
301.
want?
バレルス
Full Juice 301?
標準ストックを発見しました
Yeah, nice.
Make a
Knock
bow
out.
arrow.
I got a hemlock though. It's kinda nice.
Hemlock ass.
Your fucking ass.
Boosted loader goes to me anyway. So.
You can keep that me.
No fucking way he's sticking with the Hemley.
Fuck you say to me?
Huh?
Fuck, you said a little shit, huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Hit your mother with a mouth?
Huh? Shut the fuck up. Does anyone want a purple bolt mastiff?
Yeah.
Here, I'll drop you this.
I'm about to whoop your ass.
Dude, I love Ninja. Dude. I don't care what anyone says. He's changed, he's this, he's that. I always loved him and always will.
Holy fuck, dude. Ninja's hyper. That was crazy. That was something else.
ヘビーアモを発
That was something
マ
else,
スティ
dude.
フショットガンを発見しました
Holy fuck, he was funny, dude.
Ninja in H1 and Halo. The Halo to H1. That's when I watched
I
him
never
the
watched him
most.
Halo.
I watched him in Halo when he was like on Renegades and after that. And like from there to fucking PUBG H1, that's all I watched. I didn't watch Fortnite. I watched in the beginning because in the beginning he was absolutely fucking hilarious. No cap. That. If you watched Ninja in the start of Fortnite, he was
Fortnite,
just
yeah.
fucking smoking.
It was
dude.
until that. It was until that fucking mom came over to him and told him that she didn't like him watching. Like she didn't like him fucking
Swearing,
watching his stream because he was swearing, dude. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Who
Yeah,
are
but
you to
he's-
tell people what the fuck to do, dude.
He's
Come
back
on,
to
man.
he's back to being like that though, and
Yeah,
I
as
don't
soon as he
know.
played League. He started playing League.
Yeah, he started playing League and he lost the fucking.
League breaks people.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You should take this goal home, man. I don't know. To me, like old Ninja was fucking peak content, bro. I used to piss my pants watching him.
Dude, wait, dude, made fun of the fucking titty streamers. Holy shit, that's funny, dude. Oh my god, that clip is crazy. Dude, we're landing here in competitive, by the way, if this ever comes to a competitive. Okay.
No, I already said we're going to ace you, dumbass.
No, we're going here. I have 190 arrows already.
Yeah, because of a crafter, dumbass. We can get that anywhere. Let's go. We're fighting right here. They should just murder someone in cold blood right here. In cold blood. How do I know? Because my minimap tells me.
ウィングマンを発見トレジャーパックを発見しました
Oh my fucking Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
敵がいます
Fucking shit it on. Shit it on.
Oh, I thought there was them ulting.
Pathfinder, shit it on.
Up on the right, on the right.
He got killed.
Dude,
He
no
got
way you killed
KS.
that.
Actual KS, dude.
シールドを使い切りましたリチャージ
60, 120. 60 on that guy.
They're going to the tunnel.
Is it two teams?
No.
What? Come on.
Where'd the last one go? I guess the last one just ran west.
Oh,
No way they KS'd us like that. Holy shit.
crazy.
Wait, he's up here still.
Really?
Yeah, let me speak. Oh. Oh, RPR, that's a full team.
Oh, that's... I thought it was solo. Cool.
I thought it was solo too, dog. I'm
That was
sorry.
funny, dude.
I believe you too much. I believe you too fucking much.
You know what? Like, I wasn't wrong.
The other team's coming out to choke now. Listen. I'm behind a wall. My dad's gold back. Get the fuck. Stop shooting the fucking arrows. Come here, slap my ass.
Okay. I like slapping the ass.
Wait, take.
You have gold fucking bag.
Yeah, just keep calling, motherfucker.
I can't. This is the wall doesn't go further than this. Nah, it's too late
Full
now.
into you. Oh, it's fine. 140 on him. 140.
Bloodhound's low. Bloodhound's low.
あっちに敵がいる
Jesus.
Shoot the bloodhound.
Bloodhound's right here at the wall. He's low.
敵がいる
This guy's solo here, man. They're getting turret. They're getting turret right now, man.
Oh, I canceled that battery. Yeah, you're dog shit.
They're finishing me on the ground. Are you kidding?
120 on one guy. 120 on another guy. 180.
On me. You're also dog shit.
Nice game build. Come bubble me right now. Come on, man. Nice pussy.
Do you go to the Cloud District very often? Of course you don't. I'll have you know there's no
シールドを使い切りましたリチャージ中
Nice. I'm alive. I love it. I love it here.
I just shit on these kids.
Give me your armor. Give me your armor one. I have fucking gold already. Red, I mean.
He's got gold here. I'll just swap here.
What's her? It's broken, by the way.
Alright, I'm over this. They're holding
that
height.
guy.
They're holding height. I'm over it. I'm over
Oh,
it.
killed him.
Okay,
Yeah, you
fine.
killed him.
These guys are so bad. I did fucking 400 damage to them before alone.
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 Just by myself.
By
You put so much
himself.
emphasis on
They're
alone, dog.
Running.
Chase him then.
No.
Fuck you scared for?
I'm not. I'm saying they're running,
ダ
man.
メージを回復中
Run
Alone.
faster. You're fast as fuck, boy.
Fast as fuck, boy. Isn't that Keemstar that said that?
Yep. Fantastic stuff.
I'm fast
boy.
as fuck.
Wait, is it actually Keemstar?
Yeah, it is.
戦場は相当され真の試
That
練が
guy's a
始まり
fucking
ました
weirdo.
Ah, yes. He's special, dude.
Well, I mean, he
Yes,
got
special.
ridiculed for saying that shit. Right?
アルを発見し
Right,
ま
right
し
here.
たあそこに標的を発見し
Oh,
まし
they're
た
close.
If they Velgold, I'm knocking one out of Velg. I don't care.
They're fighting below us.
レ
They knocked one. It's solo.
Right, right here.
敵が射程内にいます
Why can't I hit this Valk, bro?
射撃開始
I'm getting the roof.
Duck flush.
Who are you shooting on?
Come with me. Take my fort.
Wait.
They're climbing on me. Cracked it.
Don't jump down.
You cracked on the fucking bloodhound. Just get him when you can. I'm batting.
Cracked one inside. Two actually. 96 flash on one guy.
Tethered,
Oh, that's
tethered.
the fucking Marvin. That's the Marvin. There's another
Fucking
guy.
1 HP on bloodhound. Dead.
Oh, what the fuck? Wraith on me.
Dead.
Wraith.
I killed it. I never lost before.
30 flash.
Nice.
Thank you.
Dropped on the ground.
部隊を片付けた。シールドをリチャージしてるところだ。治療中だ。
シールドを使い切りましたリチャージ中回復中
Protectful.
I don't think anyone likes Keemstar.
Red. Who the
Realistically.
fuck is Red?
I hope to God nobody likes Keemstar. That guy's a fucking freak.
He's weirdo. Certified.
Certified freak.
Certified
Not-
weirdo.
Not in the good way either.
Yeah, I'm a certified freak in a good way, though. You all know that.
Wait, dude. What's that? What's that Snoop Dogg song?
近距離を
Wait, it says freak or some shit. It says Snoop Lion. Is that a song where it's called Snoop Lion?
I don't know.
リングは遠くない。こっちへ行った方がいい。
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not in the lobby after that fight. Holy shit. Where's everybody, dude?
IRL loser? He's more like an online and IRL loser.
All kinds of losers.
You got everything. 54, one guy.
Yeah, he's got some diverse
140.
backgrounds.
He's one shot.
敵のシールド終わった。
Shoot him then, dog.
Fuck,
put
dude.
a digicide on your bow. What the
I
fuck
body
you
headed
doing?
him. And they're gone.
Dude, wait, could you imagine digicide on bow?
リチャージ中。
What?
Digicide on bow?
アルティメットを使えます
Yeah, that'd be fucking crazy.
私の指
On
示に
job,
従
dude.
って
4 to 10 on the bow?
閉鎖まで残り
Yeah,
10 秒
yeah, yeah.
Yo, go this way, go this way, go this way, go this way.
Why are you going
Yeah,
that
we're
way?
going
Look
left.
this way, dog. You stupid?
こっちだ。
What are you doing, man? They come here.
No, this is the best way.
Stop thing, come.
Actually,
I'm
come
coming.
here.
I'm coming from this side.
Okay, I'm leaving. I don't care if he dies.
No, no, don't go that way, go that way. It's free.
He's so
I'll show you,
stupid.
dude. You just listen to me, just once,
We're
dude.
gonna run
Okay,
into a
fine.
fucking 14 different teams.
Yeah, there's a trio right here, but I'm gonna shoot them in the side, and we're gonna kill them all. Alright?
We're gonna fucking. Okay.
Oh, fuck,
Yep,
Mandy.
we are fucked.
I don't want to do
They're
this.
waiting for you.
They're waiting for you, dog.
Yeah, they're waiting for me. I don't give a fuck. 60 on one guy.
自然の力を消化
Right.
Oh, they're on the wall. Fucking shit on them, crack Valk.
私に眼力を恵みた敵のシールドを割った
120 on blood.
強度中だ周囲から
Lost one. Knocked.
Valk crack.
一人ダウン。
敵をダウンさせエリアをスキャン中
I'm chasing the bank.
Crazy, dude.
敵を撃破
There.
I'm on the bank's pussy, dog.
これで
Lucy.
The pussy?
14 purple.
Lucy.
リロード中
Oh,
She's
shit,
one
he's
shot.
one, dude.
30 purple.
60 on him.
He's one shot.
よーブラザー。
I suck dick, dude.
接近中だ。
What's wrong with that?
Fuck!
I can present you one.
リロード中だ。敵を撃
Oh, your small ass fucking.
It's
Oh.
not that
Next
big,
me.
but that guy almost got cracked the bank.
On battery or
Oh,
not?
that's a Maggie.
Yeah.
He's alone, I believe.
縛り付けてやろう
Full team coming out of the storm.
撃つぞ。
60. 140. Oh, I lied.
Ping,
120.
where, man?
Yeah, come on, storm here.
周囲環境をマーク中
41. 21.
別の部隊がいた
I'm getting charred rifled. Bro, I'm about to fucking punch my monitor.
ところだ。
シールドを
I'm gonna blank my monitor, I swear.
Swear to mum.
Is it 2 teams or only 1?
Yeah, it is.
He's really RE45ing you. How many fucking arrows do
There,
you
120 on
have?
this guy. 107 more.
You're shooting all game.
Yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm gonna break my monitor. I swear.
You sure
残り
now?
45秒
Oh, that's
People
behind
are-
you.
One.
そこに
That's
敵
behind you, Vinny.
102.
Oh, they're padding.
Behind. 102 on Gibby.
Where's the last one?
Are they coming behind us or what?
You
Someone
guys
was
sending
shooting
them
me on
back.
us.
残り30秒
I think, yeah, this is someone maybe going for a res. Come.
Is it the Bangalore?
Okay.
I saw a
Maybe.
Pathfinder, I think.
That's not a solo then.
Yeah, I see two at least.
It's yeah, we can ape this.
I see them.
この攻撃からはそう
120 on, 60 on path. I want to say 120. 60 on him. He's white armor, blue armor, I mean. You guys have not
Cracked
fought
on
a
blue
single
armor.
soul in their life. Yeah, they haven't fought a single
Cracked
soul in
again,
their
blue
life.
armor.
敵のシールド
Twice.
Dude, you're so lucky to fucking really
Buddy.
in front of you, dude.
シールドを使い切りました
What?
リチャージ中
You're so lucky to fucking really in front of him.
リロード中
On the roof, on the roof.
My ult, my
Fuck,
ult.
fuck, fuck.
100 on him.
Great headshotted.
Knocked one.
奴らを拘束する
100, knocked one. Go in. He's inside, Gibby. Oh, no, Gibby, pass.
When he
Yeah,
grapple into storm.
trying to survive, dude.
Oh, 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 oh.
What?
Got a multi.
Actually, went fucking my crew. Hey. They just ulted right here.
I think there's a banger in here. In this
Nice.
smoke. Oh yeah, she is straight. Eat her
Run
ass,
towards
man.
us or what?
Eat her ass. Yeah.
奴らを拘束す
It's
る
multiple. Purple armor
Yeah.
and shit.
60 on him. He's right here, behind this one.
Roger
I'm,
that.
I'm arcing.
アークストを放つ
Good luck, good luck. He's running on left.
100 on him, 100 on him here.
ここに目標を補足
No, I'll kill one more time.
リロード中
On me.
Yeah.
Path 50. Broken. One shot.
敵リロード中
Team on the right over
敵を
here.
撃破
Where's the third, bro?
He ran this way.
Don't care. Fuck your life.
He's right here. I feel it. I know he's right here. He's literally in this pocket right here. I'm not lying.
He said, don't care, fuck your life. Holy shit.
Let's go right side around, right or what?
Probably, yeah.
Oh yeah.
残り1分を切ったリングまであと少し
That noise when you stand on the Maggie thing is so loud.
Yeah, it's way too loud. It actually hurts my
周囲
brain.
環境をマーク
Why does he keep going?
残り30秒ですね準備しなさい
In front of us. I think.
私は血に良くするもの
Dude, I think it's bugged. It is.
エリアをスキャン
It
中
keeps, dude, it keeps going.
貴様を縛り付けてやろう
Oh my
エリ
god,
アをスキャ
dude.
ン中
How are we feeling about this team inside here? Oh, right here,
Already
Gibby.
rebel.
There's a Gibby right here, Doe.
Give me 6, 70 purple on him. 50 purple on the octane.
Maybe not able to.
Ace, 3 headshots. I can't hear. I physically can't hear anything.
Just turn off your audio then. On my left solo.
Yeah, that's his all right.
この攻撃からはそう
Gibby broken.
勝ちに来い
敵のシールドを
This guy might be in here unless.
シールドリチャージ中
シールドをリチャージ中
Scanning 5. This team just got shit on, I'm pretty sure.
別部隊だ警戒しろ
Scanning.
出身が
Right here.
こっちだ
Fucking almost cracked.
Wait, there's a Bangalore to the north too. It's two solos. Bang in the middle.
Raid one.
Bang.
Raid almost.
Bang right here, bang right here.
Bro, this raid. Right here.
ここに敵がいる
Here, I'm gonna die for it.
敵のシールドを割った
Is the bang dead?
No. Wait, yeah.
120 on the blowdown.
撃たれてる敵
Two,
の
three
シー
men.
ルドを砕いた
シールドをリチャー
One's
ジ
over here, one's over here, I'm pretty sure.
シールドリチャージ中
They have a boat too!
Hey, my man, don't kill him.
Don't kill him or kill him?
Don't.
Why not?
Can you repeat that? I can. I'm doing it. I literally can't hear anything right now. My mad Maggie thing is bugged. 54 more guy.
Yo, we can play out here. We can play out here. I think.
ここへ向かいます
Look.
ついてきてください
I'm with my crew.
Dude, he took a zip line.
Yeah, we gooch out here.
54 now.
Oh, maybe less gooch. We play the west side wall right here. They have a horizon inside. They got an oi brev.
What?
The fucking horizon, dog.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
An oi brev.
There's 4 people. These guys don't have a Gibby, I think. They don't, yeah, they don't have a Gibby. Don't I just fucking, don't we just wait, don't we just play here and then I fucking Gibby all day to take it?
Dude, yo. This fucking heady I got right here is vicious.
They're swinging knock. That guy's cracked knock. That fucking knocked in whatever. He's going back.
Dude, this head glitch is fucking disgusting.
Can they play behind that? They can, right?
No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, they can, potentially.
I tethered someone.
Who's that? Oh, that's their teammate, I think.
What am I stopping? Holy shit.
You guys ready soon or what?
For what? You wanna use the ult this team and kill them?
Yeah.
Okay. They're fucking 3s over southeast.
He can dodge the ult with his zipline though.
Fuck him.
That guy's fucking shit on. There are only 2 here.
54 more guy. He's tanking it. No, they're not. Yeah, he is. He got hit 80. 120.
Shit on here.
We gotta hold behind us too, so don't take it.
I'm phoenixing.
I can't, dude. What weapons did he have?
I have no idea. Are they fighting right now?
I don't know.
No, they're just broken. Flying on the roof. I'm taking the roof.
Like, I'm changing weapons.
Pathfinder here, almost cracked. Did you knock one?
Yeah,
no.
One inside.
Oh, behind me.
Knocked the blood on inside. Last is the solo pad.
That's behind me, yeah.
Kill his ass.
Oh. Dude, holy shit. My head is about to explode.
What?
Yeah, I had the Mad Maggie thing on all the time.
Okay.
All the time.
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
Shit, dude.
Ohana means family.
And it keeps going.
It keeps going.
Oh,
In the lobby.
Alright, I hope you guys fucking lose out from now on.
Yeah, I'm sorry for abandoning. Thank you for playing.
Love you guys.
Love you, man.
I love you too, man. Love you too, dog. Play soon.
I want to keep playing NA, no cap.
I'm not for whatever.
I'm gonna switch.
Where's Scar Station? There you switch.
What's good, Kaizen? I might bother you. Mr. T up in this shit, man.
T, what's he doing, man?
I think he's in control.
Like,
yeah, he's in control.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking ready up. I'll be back.
Shut the fuck up!
Exhumes just resubscribed for 6 months. Can't believe it's already been 6 months, bro. I always enjoy your stream and glad to be part of a community filled with homies. Kiss Army.
Hey, thank you so much, Exums. Thank you so much for 6 months. Thank you so much for resubbing. Yeah, it's been fucking 6 already. It's crazy. We're fucking 2 men. Hey, good night, guys. Thank you for watching. Can't believe your ass is going to bed right now. What the fuck is wrong with you? But sleep well. Thank you for watching. Man, they got fucking unready. Fuck. Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Konnichiwa.
Yo, man, there's fucking AFK.
This guy is peeing again.
I don't know, he read it up, but because you joined it, I unread him. I don't know where he went.
I was ranked.
Kringe. Oh, we won like 2 games in a row.
Inside game, fast kills, I mean, or not?
He was terrible, and it was a little bit better. So we won NA right now.
I played NA also.
But they're not fast. They're okay-ish. But right now, NA is better than you for sure.
Alright. Got the fast Asu rake today.
Nice. Juicy raid.
Oh, that's crazy.
Did you guys win?
Yeah, we farmed. Good RP.
Nice. Juice. I wonder where the fuck man is.
He's peeing, dude.
I've been paying for 5 minutes.
That's Mandy.
I'm done playing stretch rest.
Already?
Already? I've been playing
that
for
was
years.
Mandy.
For like
That
no,
was
8
Mandy.
months. Yeah, I played for like 8 months. I'm done with it.
Mandy just changed the stretch, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe you guys unredded me.
How's up, bro?
Oh, man.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
already
up.
online for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Aki, thank
Grinding.
you for two tier 1 gifts. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Corona grinding.
For
bro.
me, I don't know. 1920 feels better for some reason. I don't know why. I guess it's a feeling thing. Sometimes I feel better with one. Sometimes I feel better with the other one.
Game looks blurry on stretch.
Yeah, on like when you're trying to hit someone really far away, I feel like I can't even see them.
Yeah, it doesn't work that good.
Well, I gotta close my bell lines real quick. We're back. Hi, Katage. Aki, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Appreciate you. Arigato, thank you. Arm still was on the entire time. I just had the hoodie on, but it started getting too hot. What is in the store? Nothing. Nothing good. Unless love me. I'm in love with you.
Yo, we get the new event today. New Bloodhound skin.
In 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yay! Fuck, I wanted heirloom shards.
Can you unlock it with heirloom shards instantly?
I don't think so, no. You have to buy it.
You need to wait until the event is done, yeah?
I want heirloom shards for the Gibby fucking heirloom. That's the best, one of the best heirlooms in the game, and I don't have it.
Gibby heirloom is the best heirloom in the game.
I wouldn't say the best, but I'd say like top 3. I would say
Wraith is the best.
Kunai, Bloodhound Axe, Gibby heirloom. That's top 3. Any takers? I do like when when he pulls out the fucking thing and then he slams his shield. I like that little motion. It's pretty cool. Revenant heirloom
gonna be good.
Revenant heirloom is too fucking big. Just because it looks cool, I don't think it's good. It's too big and clunky, and it's for Revenant, so it's automatically ass.
Okay, I didn't recognize you? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Red Heirloom is chill.
It's alright, but I would not put in top 3 or top 5.
No.
I think it's top 4 is Kunai, Bloodhound Axe, Gibby, Bangalore. And
good qualities.
Then who else could you put? Octane, and then Octane is top 5. There you go.
I don't like Octane Heirloom. It's glitching out of the hand.
Okay, but if it wasn't glitching, it'd be pretty fucking cool.
I don't like the animation. I feel like they fucked up the animation on it.
Really?
On it?
Yeah, animation of Octane Heirloom is not that great.
Apparently, Moki made a video showing that having heirloom gives you slower acceleration when going on and off jumping those ziplines. Yeah, but did he take in consideration that when you have an heirloom equipped, you're 10% faster because you look cooler? I don't think he took that in consideration.
今回のチャンピオンです。
Alright. Where to?
Home, 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 home.
Take us home. Amanda said that this is our home now, by the way. He wants to land there because he got 200 arrows.
I found a lot of bow arrows.
He got 200 arrows in one landing, so he's like, yeah, this is where we're landing home.
Imagine a rank system where rank where was the only bows, dude. And you just spawn with like shadow cats.
You would farm, bro.
You know how fun that would be.
I think we're not contested. Look at this.
ここに敵がいます。進化シールドを発見しました。レベル2。
Today is like kind of like a rainy day, so I have like this weird headache that I always have.
It's raining outside.
Ping me Sentinel.
I don't know why when
you have a headache.
No.
You want that?
No, not anymore.
He doesn't want it anymore.
What are you saying, Arthur?
What?
The stars are not really aligned today, so I have a little bit of fucking weird feeling in my stomach, you know?
No, for me, it's when it rains, I always have a headache. Every single time without fail. It always happens. And also, the part where I broke my arm hurts every single time.
When it rains?
Yeah, when it rains. I mean, Google it, man. When there's a reason why your bones hurt. Like the bones that you broke hurt. Or like, don't hurt, but like itch when it rains.
There's no way.
Google it, man.
It's not like the craziest voodoo shit I've ever fucking heard in my entire life.
No, it has something to do with the fucking like moistness in the air or some shit. I don't know. barometric pressure apparently. Apparently pressure changes and that's what. Yeah,
Oh, shit.
and for me it gives me headaches every single time. It's a really annoying headache because it's like not always there, but like comes in waves.
Holy fuck, that sounds weird.
Where's my sentinel?
Haven't seen one yet.
My dad just straight up said bullshit, dude.
I mean, I don't know.
That's
what
crazy.
to- One Google away, man.
This side is looted.
This is not loaded.
次に行くべき位置をマーク
This
し
has
ま
been
した
happening to me my whole life, so I believe my body more than anything else.
So weird, man.
Hey, this is
拡
very
張
simple.
スナイパーマ
But
ガ
I
ジンを
didn't
発
find
見
it.
しましたレベル4
Oh my god. That's so weird. I don't have, dude. Yeah, I don't have it with my bones, bro.
Doesn't happen to everyone.
Guess I'm just a fucking giga chat, I guess.
Also, it might depend where you live.
The fuck is this world, dude?
Like I know, like older people here, where I live, would always complain about their bones hurting and shit like that when it's raining. And to me, it
Crazy.
didn't happen until I broke my fucking arm. When I broke my arm, I started fucking being annoyed. Yeah, I'm crazy. Oh, they're just fucking
標
here.
的は目の前です敵を攻撃して
Oh wait, I'm shooting a Mirage.
I
Way
got
out
him.
good.
リロード中
Crack that guy.
One.
Give me crack below 100.
トンネルを開ける
I'm biting. I'm biting.
リチャージ中ケアパッケージ
My fault.
Where the fuck are they? Wait, who? Alright, there's this guy here.
No, dude, they just all three came out. They're taking a port.
アークスターを投げる
Take it back. What the fuck was that? English only channel.
Just got rolled.
Yeah, I didn't hear that guy. He was literally just standing on me.
I didn't even know like how many there were. Honestly, no cap. I thought it was like.
To get a third party though.
Yeah, they are. You can maybe take port and grab banners. I died like like a little bit next to
Oh
the port.
shit.
Maybe like 10 meters away from your port, and Monday's on the other side of where I died.
キルリーダー撃破
Yeah, he's there. Okay. He wasn't there 5 milliseconds ago.
Damn.
Six, baby. The fruit shirt is best shirt. I have all four. I have Zenvei, Iron Mouse, and fruit. But right now, I know I grabbed this one.
That was annoying the way I died. So annoying.
It's funny because he wasn't there when you took when you looked at it, and then when you took port, he
Yeah.
was there.
Yeah.
Ready with the one clip, dude.
Loading. Just for this.
Are you guys in? Are you guys in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in.
I'm not. I'm like, my lobby's like lagging. Can you
So
mind?
leave the lobby and then join the lobby again.
Yeah, I think that works.
Oh, I left the lobby and I joined the game. Huh?
Is it?
What's up, Tao?
友は傍らに敵は刃の先に
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します私の姿はわかるでしょ
That was a quick game though. Quick Q, I mean. Just lose some.
血で血を洗う競技では人は変わるんだよ。しょうがないだろ。
準備はいいんだろうな。
Yeah, I like this flying mode, man. 2 teams? Maybe this team is going. No, they're going.
Do we land platform or no?
Yeah.
I think platform.
Always.
Okay, okay.
Always. Someone lands there with 2 of them.
They are landing toward that. They're landing on the other side. I'm gonna try and Q one.
I got Sentinel.
I queued one. I don't know who though.
Knock one.
Nice. Careful, there is 2 teams, so just tell us.
That is pushing this guy. Yeah. I'll loot more.
He has a sentinel for you, Tishin.
Yeah, is there any?
Guy on him right here.
Double Sentinel. Poggers, man.
There's a 6 times here.
Knock one.
Where? Did you go?
Of course.
I can climb.
Is there another team or no?
Who shot the Havoc?
Me.
I didn't.
Oh. No, I don't think it's another team. I don't think it's one team.
Where did the other team go?
Did an other team even land here?
It looked like they were going up.
Oh.
Shoot on his ass, sir.
I guess not.
No, I think we were the only ones. Yeah, I'm dropping a wingman with a
yes, please.
golden thing.
Where is the wingman?
Yeah, it's over there. I dropped it right there.
Enemy?
No, I dropped the wingman stuff.
ポップアップを発見しました。素晴らしい。
I need bats. I guess I can craft.
No crafting, batteries.
I swear to God there was 2 fucking teams. What the fuck happened?
Oh, one team. Okay, I'm crafting more bats.
There's all the bats on the server, man.
I do. I have every single bat.
Now I can finally craft.
They're fighting over here. Big time.
Oh, I gotta craft.
Yeah, I'm picking up Peter instead actually.
シールドを使い切りました。リチャージ中。
They must be fighting in the tunnel, I guess.
Yeah, throw a turbine.
Oh. They're fighting on the double door?
Yeah, I think so. Did knock one? Knocked in.
They all died.
I got 5 bats. You guys need?
I'm good.
I need 1.
Where are they?
Okay.
60 on JB?
Yeah, I'm coming. Right there. I'm gonna nade away. Oh, never mind.
This guy is sleeping.
Guy's a little snake, dude. I'm taking the zip out.
I'm ulting on that shit.
Good. They're downstairs still. Are they in?
They're inside, they're inside. I'm holding on the door.
Alright.
I'm gonna throw the Q out the door.
縛り上げてやる。
Taking it.
Drop me a
They
bat.
ran, I think.
We should go hide again, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're at the double door.
Taking it.
They're gonna go for the fucking thing.
They're going
For the
for
zip
what?
line. Zip line.
Are they in front or what?
Yeah, I heard him at the double door.
Dumbledore.
The big door.
I'm going off high ground.
I think they're wall hacks and they're out moving us.
Dude, I swear I just.
You think
fucking
they're better than
heard-
us?
Maybe they ran away when they heard me. Yeah, look where they are.
次に行くべき位置をマークしました
How do you know that? Okay, huh?
Fucking wall hack them. Look.
This mother bitch, dude. Oh, I have 6 bats by the way.
Oh, fuck.
Drop me 2.
They're gonna come here.
Come
こ
through?
こへ向かいます
Right here?
ついてきてください
Oh, okay.
As well. They're gonna come on my ping. Like they were
Yeah,
going
I'm
to
here.
turbine here.
次に行くべき位置をマークしまし
Now I
た
have 6. Lol. I just got some from the box too. Actually.
Out 5. We're good though. We have a bunch of us. In front of me. Porting.
これでやつ
20 purple. I stuck him with my tether.
Did we crash?
Raid 160 on raid.
I can't do
She's at
anything, I'm
1.
batting.
I'm batting as well. She took her board
You're
back.
fucking standing here.
リチャージ中
No, she didn't took it back.
Really? Okay. I'm here.
It's just a one more teammate.
Yeah, he's right here.
He took it down. He took it down.
Crack the fuck out of someone. Octane.
He's one. Octane's literally the one right here. They're all in the thing.
Tethered.
Dude, give me one. Wait, what? 9. How the fuck do I hit him for 9?
敵のシールド終わったわ
That Octane almost rolled me. Crackhead.
Did we swap the same buddy?
Oh, shatter caps. Dude, I hit this motherfucker for 9 damage. I was like, what?
They have 0 heavy? The fuck?
I have 160.
I just dropped 100 right here.
I rolled.
Oh, no,
I got it.
if I roll.
Dude, I really thought, yeah, that raid's gonna take the port back after I just fucking hit it 180. Nope.
Every
she
time I
stood
fight
there.
close range, I have FPS drops. I can't wait for the PC, man.
No way, she just stood there and like
この
didn't
場所を
take
見
the
張っ
port
ていま
back
す
when she was like 15 health. It's a slide reload take that. So like
拡張ライトマガジンを
if
発
I
見
like
しました
slide like this, it will
Level
reload a
3.
shot. It also, if while I'm sliding, it charges up faster.
Don't you guys feel any FPS drops in fights?
Nothing close.
It's
190
like,
juice.
it's always smooth, always smooth.
190 juice stacked all the time. But
At least-
I feel it because I'm streaming. So it feels a little bit weird when I'm streaming compared to when I'm playing off stream.
I mean, at least I don't notice any drops when I'm fighting. But I'm sure it goes below 190 at some point. But like, I don't feel it.
I think that's hard stock 190 juice, you know?
I think mine goes like 120 in
Yeah,
fights.
that's
or
really
something.
low.
Dude, it feels like 60 hertz in fights.
You have a 3080, right?
FPS drops. Yeah.
Yeah, for a 38 going to 120 is pretty fucking low.
I think my PC is not working well there.
Yeah, I think you're
My
fucking
fans
something up
dog
too.
shit.
あそこに敵がいる
あの位置に敵
We
がい
need
ます
3 shots. This guys.
They can charge it in front of us, in front of us.
奴らを拘束する
Fuck. 76 headshot on him. Great, I believe. Purple. 45 purple on that guy, 90 purple on him. Guy holding the stairs here. Holy shit. I'm phoenixing.
Under the guy over there. I'm forcing him inside the building. Right, he's right there, in front of me, Under him. Oh, this guy's so low. This guy's so low right here.
Got him, nice.
Hit that guy for 30.
I'm batting. I cracked the board.
Team behind me, Go,
we can play on me for a second.
This shit is good.
Moving.
They're pushing us from behind.
Yeah.
Can we get inside and heal?
Yeah. Cracked one of them, 50 flash on one of them. They're getting shit on.
50 another guy.
Look at the last guy. Cracked him again. Knocked him.
I'm probably full Phoenix.
I'm going.
Yeah. 3 seconds. And I come.
I'm just inside out here. Crack blood on. Nice. Thank you so much. Good.
32 flash. Dog.
Nice. Holy shit, you saved my life. Who saved my life? Thank you.
Me.
Thank you so much. Probably make it.
Got you, man.
I don't think the original team, I think they rezzed one. We knocked a raid, but I think she got rezzed.
Fuck hell. Maybe. Go right.
She was like
I
knocked
think.
here. I know that Ashult was a little bit aggressive, but I was really feeling it in a moment.
Good, that's good. If you have the feeling, you do it.
Yeah. I was fucking on him, but you know, I had to do it.
I'm pushing close in these guys.
Dude, look at this. You can like they made a little like a ramp here. Cool.
That slides FPS drops. Oh gosh, give me that.
There's only one guy up here. Two. It's the duo.
I thought I shot.
40 flash.
I'm batting.
シールドを使い切りましたリチャージ中
Almost on ult.
Alright, I'm pushing close. I'm on them.
They're running. They're still running. Right here.
敵の近くにいるぞ
I'm ult now.
アルティメットが使える
Here.
ここに敵がいる
What's that
敵を
fucking
拘
bullet
束す
doing,
る
man?
They're inside. On my door.
That's so scary, boys.
アークスターを使う
Hero thing. Stuck him with Arcstar, stuck him with Arcstar.
Give me fucking it 40 purple.
The guy sits Arcstar right side on you.
Give me low, give me low. They're coming, southwest. Hit 145 purple.
Shit on one.
Nice.
Give me 134. Get in two.
No wreck, fucking game.
Yeah, you shut the fuck up. Wait, you knocked one guy.
Yeah, he did. Give me 40 purple. It's 80 purple. 183.
Okay.
敵が一人ダウン
They really thought they can tear apart your asses. Oh, behind us! No, north. New team.
Yeah, full team. Crypto one, literally one shot. Fuck, I'm getting angle them.
Careful.
Oh my god, only headshot on Gibby. 190 on Gibby.
Fuck this.
I'm fucking him, I'm killing him, I don't care.
Got him.
Crack the crypto, 90 purple.
I'm stuck. Four stuck. Outside.
Dead.
Easy.
敵を一人始末しました
They opened the door. Here.
リチャージ中
Machine, let's close the door here.
スピットファイアを発
Door
見
stuck. Door stuck.
I just see Tashin slamming his 7 bats on this guy.
シールドバッテリーを発見
Steps
Where?
シールド
On me?
リチャージ中
below me. That blood is
57.
low.
Fuck, I can't shoot, I just reloaded.
Blood low.
Dog. Quack. Oh, there's another guy. 68. He's dead in this guy. Nice. We got that again.
撃たれてる
Oh,
He died to zone. He's gonna die to zone. I mean.
アーグスターを使う
It is available. What the fuck?
Dude, what the fuck? I didn't punch him. There's another guy here. Another guy here behind you. Another guy here behind you.
弱さは親譲りのようですね
Try to pump it out, dude.
Blood on scan.
I have a bubble here. I have a bubble here.
こいつは弾を通さない。
I heat shielded here.
シールドを使います
No, please don't.
Take the
Take
port
the port,
and
take the
run into
port.
heat shield.
I am. Boy, dude, no. Yes, I got
シールドを
two.
使います
On my left here. On these bins on the left.
してあげよう
We should push this guy on the bins alone.
No.
He queued out. I'm getting fucking pushed.
交戦中ダウンした
No way, bro. 90 purple on the fucking open. All three on my ass. What the fuck is Magda doing? Dude, I just pulled the impossible. Fucking poured us into the back into the zone, double heat shielded us to get, and this guy fucking alt tabs.
Dude, I got stuck by an arc side and everything. I accidentally hit my Windows button.
Oh wait, you guys gotta join me because I'm on the server.
Oh.
Damn.
No, I was... Dude. Wait, why was I pressing Alt? Oh no, dude, fuck. That's not. I didn't press the window key. I pressed Alt. I press Alt to fucking to take my heat shield out, and I press Tab to see how much fucking if I had a med kit in my inventory. That's why. Oh my god, dude.
You literally alt tab.
Oh, I just fucking realized.
Oh my god, this headache's killing me. Oh, this headache, bro. Your phone turns your PC off? Why? The fuck? This fucking headache chat is gonna be the end of me one day. Got a problem, just say so. Yo, English only in chat, and I don't know what the problem with pack loss is. Can mods fucking moderate this fucking chat, please? English only, Japanese only. No idea why you get pack loss. I don't know. I don't work for an internet company. What's up, operation? They're being good. I think Keanu. The model is gonna be sick, so I look forward to it. What's up, Tuesday? Lamar, I've already seen the concept for the no main outfit. The concept for the model is already finished, so I fucking saw it. Then I mad when I saw it. I told Lam just do whatever Lam feels like doing. I didn't give him any directions except for colors, and he nailed it. On top of that, I only added like a pistol. That's what I added myself. No, Talena, because I'm not gonna. Oh, you mean like DLC? I'm not gonna make Lam made out because getting an outfit from Lam takes a year because how fucking busy he is, and I want to get an outfit that I want to get and not a fucking made outfit. Is the pistol a death ray wingman? It's like a Lam's style of wingman. So I told him like something similar to wingman, but like completely new design that he made up. So he made up his own logo and shit and stuff like that. Just pay more to get it quicker. You really think that's how it works? You think I can just pay more to get it quicker? That's just not how it works. He's got Lam has anime work, he's got sponsor work, he's got fucking prior engagements. His entire year is filled with fucking contractual shit. You can't just pay him more to ignore other people's work. Yeah, there will be many of them, loser. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there will be many sibling collabs, don't worry. We have many planned. The bolt toggle, I don't know if he's gonna. I haven't seen the model have a bald head yet, so. There's a lot of things Lam added to the model that I didn't even think of that look so much fucking cooler than what I initially had planned for it to look. That's why I told Lam, hey, just, you know, do your thing. I told Lam, just, you know, do your thing. And he really came up with some crazy shit. Oh, his little brother. I was officially Ollie's little brother since fucking October or something. We just couldn't say.
Holy shit, this queue's long.
We
What?
couldn't say it.
What is this?
Yeah, probably last NA game. Probably switch to EU after this.
God.
Well, Lam is a guy. Dumbless. Lam is a dude.
I wish Pred lobbies was the old Pred lobbies. Where you get just a fill game after like 3 minutes. That would've been nice.
大切なのは最後まで生き残ること。
Yeah, it would.
俺が戦ったら太陽のように輝いてみせる。
RPR shit, they don't know that. Oh, so you know, Lamb talking on all his stream. Lamb's talking on all his stream. You guys couldn't figure out that he was a guy from when he talked on her stream and call up with her. When he did the Lamely call up, you guys couldn't figure out that it was a guy from his voice. Come on, man, shut the fuck up, dude.
フリーフォールの用意を。
俺様がジャンプマスターだ。任せな。
Angus, the reason it's La Mama because your illustrator is always considered your mama and your rigger is always considered your papa in the live 2D. And also Lam's name goes good with La Mama. So that's why Ollie always calls him La Mama. It sounds good. And him being a girl is not a guy is not a secret, by the way.
Who the fuck lands up there?
I don't know, man.
104. Straight off 4 HP on this guy.
Track the fucking blood on.
I have to fucking full send this guy like this.
What is this guy doing? What the fuck is going on?
Oh.
Fishin, you muted. Oops. You need this? Oh, you took it. Is there more?
Oh, no.
回復中だ。すぐに終わる。
フェニックスキットを使ってる。
ちょっと回復するぜ。
Oh, that's nice.
Low here? Oh, good, I'm stuck.
I'm almost purple.
もっと回復するぜ。
Dropping master. You want to trade with master?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
I don't mind. It's all up to you now.
I really don't care. Both are fine for me.
It's fine. I can take the massive, guys. Don't worry about it.
You're gonna take a master.
We'll take
Dude, he fucking.
the ultimates come out.
This command of the year, bro.
アルティメットの準備完了。足手まといにならないように。
チャンピオンが倒れた。
Hello. Give me a...
Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. Holy fuck, I have become a singer. Full time.
ポップアップを発見しました。デュアルシェルです。
How does it kill someone?
Yeah.
Ohio Suzuka.
On the crafter. 70 on roof.
ごゆっくり動けなくしてあげる。
42 on one guy. What the fuck was that?
Oh, behind us! No fucking audio, just behind us. They're chasing this shit. There's two running at you, man.
Dude, there's no way he's just there.
You can probably grab
Like,
my banner.
he's so fast and I don't hear it, man.
Why is there 3 people behind us with no audio, dude? Holy shit. No way he moves. My banner's probably green now.
I'm done. Yeah.
Honestly, if they trade, we could even res right there and just go mop them.
You can do it. Those guys are not crazy.
I only have a sentinel, dude.
I don't even know if I got looted. Better come back.
Just fuck me.
God, you're horny.
It's just one dude.
Running.
Oh, maybe gettable.
If you don't think you can get it, just run.
I think you can. Honestly, maybe even pluggable up there. What do you think?
Maybe mobile.
In a way. In a way.
Heat shield.
Nah. Fuck, mobile is in
At least I have a shotgun now.
Yeah. Got that shit. Easy.
You can craft a mob in turbine.
Yeah.
I can't believe 3 people walked up behind us without a single audio cue. Holy
I
shit.
killed one of them.
Yeah, I know, they were really bad, but like, they just insta-killed me. Cause I, you know.
Could kill 2, man.
Sag audio. Where is the audio? Where do we even go? I guess you plug us right outside here and then we figure the fuck out. Or there's people right in front of
No.
Maybe Hammond?
They're looting and I miss.
Peace out, lol.
No, no way. Where am I going, boys? I might just loot here.
Fuck
You
out.
can't. You can't.
I don't fucking
I
know,
might
man.
just go here.
In front of you. No way, dude.
Nice.
Ow. Energy?
Yeah.
Honestly, if up the hill here looks fine, fucking plug us here. Nope, they just
rest
used
there.
it. Alright, take us back home to energy. They get all the fucking loot. We could go towards gardens. Like into Rift.
I mean, they're gonna take the zip over. Yeah.
I see them on the zip. 1, 2, 3. They're not taking it yet.
Got you.
Yeah.
We balloon into Rift maybe, yeah?
リロード中よ。
I'll find out.
シールドをリチャージしないと。
I'm gonna go balloon towards Rift. Have an army.
シールドをリチャージしないと。
They look pretty lost. See my house.
Yeah, they're not good. They're down
ついて
first.
きてください。
I'm down here.
Holy shit. 2 white armors in the bench. Wow. Thank you so much.
There's no way.
あと1分。戦略を練る時間はありますよ。
I threw away my chance of getting a crazy one.
Got car SMG.
リングは遠くだ。残り45秒。
I'm doing it.
スナイパーアーモーを発見し
Picked
ま
up
し
the
た。
rampage.
センチネルを発
Picked
見
up
し
the
ました。
rampage.
There's so much sniper ammo
こ
here.
こへ向かいます。
残り
ついてきてください。注射器を発見しました。
I just need scope. We're good. Fucking scope.
ウィングマンを発見しました。
There's a bubble on the crafter.
残り10秒。
Are they crafting or are they fighting?
On the crafter still. One guy's on the crafter. I don't know what the other guy's doing.
Can we move up left here? Look
I
at him.
don't know how am I whipping.
Right here.
リングが動いてるわ。
Fuck.
シールドを使い切りました。
Oh, we're not in zone.
We should go right side around this way, right?
Someone died in the high ground. We can
No,
probably
it's,
get loot
it's
there.
underground. It's under. And there's a low barrel
ケア
right
パ
there
ッケージ
also.
に備え
Okay, let's go there.
ダメージを回復中。
No, never mind. That's a fucking port hell. They took the portal?
Can we go up?
Both of them. Where did they port? We can kill these guys.
We should loot. We should loot some good armor. Real quick.
It will-
Under fire.
敵のシールドを割ってやっ
Where?
On top.
They're above.
標的を特定した。
I got a bunch of shit.
No, you got it? We can kill these guys 100%.
Yep. I'm down. I'm out. And you have your ult soon or no?
No. The 9. I just, I have a revved up rampage right now.
Oh yeah. We can.
You can, if you want to, we can go all the way up top. You know? Like, all the way
Top
that
left,
high ground
yeah.
with your ult.
Yeah. That's what I want. How am I gonna? I'm stuck. I'm stuck on a fucking thing on the ground, bro. Dude, this is so
Okay.
fucking annoying. Holy shit.
Can I go on? Nice. They can just keep killing.
I traded. I did so much damage.
I just did 90. I just got hit 96 behind the fucking wall. I don't know how. Whatever.
戦略を取れば勝利をつかめるわ。あなたは有望です。期待に応えることを願います。
送ってやるよ。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
Good night. Selfish.
Right side together?
Yeah.
I'm going middle ASAP. I knock one.
I'm here. Where'd you knock him?
In the middle.
Oh, I'm here.
敵をダウンさせたわ。ファーストキル。リロード中だ。敵を撃破。撃たれてる。ヘルプを頼む。気をつけろ。グレネードだ。弾を通さない。
貴様を縛り付けてやろう。
Crack one. I'm not dead yet, motherfucker.
リロード中。
見事な戦いぶりだったぜ。
リロード中よ。
リロード中だ。回復中だ。すぐに終わる。
ウィングマンを発見。
Blue here up here.
進化シールドを発見。レベル2ね。
私のだ。
ちょっと回復するぜ。
拡張ライトマガジンを発見。
レベ
レベル2
ル2
です。
ダメージを回復中。
What's your Loba on one of the teams or what?
No.
Dude, all shit's flying right now.
Only one team was here, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This side is unloaded. Nothing here.
バレルスタビライザーを発見しました。
これは使え
レベル
ない。
3。アルティメットの準備完了。足手まといにならないように。
Enemy.
I'm with you.
射撃開始。敵のシールドを割ってやった。
この攻撃からはそう簡単には逃げられない。
That guy on top up here, he's low.
Yeah, just hit him 45 flush. Die in my face.
リロード中。
I'm pushing left side right now.
Can you push that up here?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He's one.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Push
Tashin's
that
there.
up here. Nice. 1v1. 2v2.
敵を一人
man.
始末しました。
Yeah, on top of you. 100 dead. Front him. My tight screen is shaking, dude. Strong ass. This guy hit me like 2 times headshot, and my fucking entire screen was throwing ass, dude.
戦いはまだ終わっていない。立て。
フェニックスキットを使ってる。
フェニックスキット使用中。援護しろ。
よし、リングの中で。
How a lot of bats you need?
Yeah, give me one.
シールドバッテリーを発見しました
I dropped massive.
マスティフを発
Drop 2 more on the ground
シー
here.
ル
I
ドバ
still
ッ
have
テリ
8.
ーを発見しました
Alright, I have 4 now.
I have 8. You need bats, man.
Yeah,
9.
one. I'll take one.
These guys had so many bats on them. What the fuck? Take that.
Nothing, man.
シールドバッテリーを発見しました
We actually don't have to craft at all. They fucking crafted everything for us. But how did they have so many bats? They didn't even have a crafter. I guess they got lucky.
Yo, this team might be on a crafter.
こっちにいいものがあるかも
No, that's the team that we just killed, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
They came up the hill, right?
Yeah, true. No, they're here. 50 on one.
Goes 100, 175 HP.
I just got a Noreg on it.
I'm full eating right now. Full eating us on them. I'm trying to throw it all the way back behind them. Yeah, that's perfect, perfect. They can't go back.
Catch up, crack the fucking wall.
Fucking stuck there.
Third party.
リロード中
Where's the third body? You got pink?
Like this direction, west.
Okay.
シールドをリチャージ中
敵を撃破
Like terminal side somewhere. I saw bullets fly from that side.
リロード中
I hear that.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
someone
phase-
summoned.
Phase driver, yeah. Whatever the fuck it's called.
He's here somewhere. Put zipline down.
That Pathfinder?
Yeah.
残ってる部隊はあと半分だな
Yeah, he's here, he's coming to me. 45
射撃
purple.
開始
Right here,
あ
someone.
そこに敵逃さないでくださいあそこに
Grappling
標
two,
的を
guys.
発見しましたフェンスチェアで優位に立つ
He's up here now.
あそこに敵がいます
Wait, what? How?
He's grappling around like a maniac.
I am not fast enough for this.
He's grappling around like a fucking idiot. Holy shit. He grappled again. Like, how short is his fucking cooldown? 90 purple on him.
There's 2 golden helmets.
That guy has fucking old grappled fucking cooldown.
Did he got the banners?
No. It was impossible.
シールドリチャージ中
He's in a done with Ray plus Ash.
標的を発
I
見
mean, we just play where fuck
That's
we
a
want.
different team.
It's ranked, who cares?
隠れるわね
Put one guy.
ようこっちは撃たれてる
76, 150 on one guy.
リロード中だ
シールドを使い切りましたリチャージ中
Anything.
フェニックス
Right here.
I'm gonna fuck that guy inside, okay?
Yeah, fucking
Cracked him. Oh, I have 68 on him.
He queued out, he queued out.
What the fuck?
Can we get closer? They got
Yeah,
30,
they're
they got 30 in the
inside.
hill.
It's perfect, it's perfect. I'm gonna fuck him inside now.
Good. Fuck him.
Fuck one.
This new team's fighting me. I did 90 blue on the fucking bloodhound.
68 flash in this guy. He's dead. There's only one guy on me.
Focus
We should
on the
all
left
push
team.
this guy.
Chill. This is for the head glitch. For the head glitch.
66 flash.
25 flash on her. Fucking dip.
On battery.
Holy shit, man. Who the fuck is that guy?
シールドを使い切りました。リチャージ中。
One guy right here. Oh my fucking god. I didn't see the guy. Fuck.
I can fucking
Keep him out?
ult him out, yeah.
Great shit.
Fuck, didn't go further than that.
We fight. Stay in this.
I'm holding
45
here. I'm
purple
holding
on
this angle,
Loba.
okay?
I'm gonna put bad
I'm
while
gonna
I
keep holding
can.
this angle.
Yeah.
Pushing. You got that. Yeah. Yeah, Takin, just chill. Hold that.
90 on him. Traction.
Yeah, easy.
He's fucking leaving. There's a third party. I'm gonna res.
If you actually get the res up, I can actually support. Support, I can fucking do the thing.
The swap is empty, by the way.
Yeah, I'm putting this down. I just don't want to die.
I think it was just a solo third party because he's gone now.
Yeah, that's the fucking Wraith, right?
I don't know. I didn't see who it was. I just saw it. Here, I can just fucking do this. Yeah, it's one guy here on the way. Gold armor here.
There's Marvin on him. Don't even fucking want that.
So close.
You need bad salvage.
I'm good. That's 6.
So many bats, what the fuck?
Oh shit, we gotta go the other way around.
リングが動いてるぞブラザー。急ぐんだ。
Holy shit, 10 bats?
12 bats.
I'm 10, I mean, I'm nothing else to carry than bats, so. Might as well fucking carry them. I don't know.
We killed this team this round?
Yeah. It's a
Felt
path
like last
chase.
game.
You've been up for
Game
too
takes
long.
over. Yeah.
The Shin's games are blending in.
I'm old.
You know, that's for sure. Because if you're
Old in
old,
my
I'm
brain,
fucking prehistoric.
Left side. Over here.
G7 gamer, anyone?
No.
Eh.
I'm running.
Should I? Fuck, I'm dropping big, I'm doing G7. Wing G7. I'm ready to push. I got my ult, we can go top here.
Can I climb here?
Oh wait, they made it so you can
Oh,
climb.
you just climbed, yeah.
They fight below, I think.
Where the fuck?
I make a portal here.
Over here. I think you
this
took
came
the
from
Simon
the other
behind
side
you.
of this wall.
Wait.
We
Yeah,
just
there's a
came
guy behind you
from
guys.
west.
There's a whole team behind you guys.
Yeah, on the wall. I'm gonna shoot him off, man, there. They got blue armors on blowdown. Someone's below us, Tashin as well.
Careful the port.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm completely transparent there.
I destroyed them on the other wall. This is not the best spot we've been in, I must be real.
62 on guy. I don't have bubble either. I can't bubble res.
Keep going here.
So we can play this.
Yeah, for now. Below here in the storm, Pathfinder. 108. Is he cheating? You can probably res.
Oh, man, doing many.
Someone res.
Oh yeah.
I'm nading the bubble.
Under him.
I cracked all of them, Nice, res. Can someone drop a swap? I'll just grab this, I'll grab this.
I can do it. I fucking won.
That guy fucking insta-give me with a rampage. Holy shit. I wasn't even charged.
Stand still.
No, I was strafing left, right.
Oh, wait. Still them playing.
Recharge tube.
It's like here.
Blue armor on the bottom on high ground.
Right him.
Purple on the bottom.
Right, give me inside 120.
Just probably swap weapons.
Recharge tube.
Then again, we have high ground.
We need to chill. Fine.
I'm just gonna put a Mastiff in zone, so I have a gun.
Fine, they don't see me here.
Shield. Recharge tube.
I need that trident.
Oh. Why is it in double tap? Oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah. I want you guys to know that I'm going out and I'm picking my things up from my oven. Alright? 2 sec.
There's a drop there that no one took.
I was about to go with trident.
You could maybe grab that drop with a trident and come back. If you want.
Sounds scary, but I'm down.
I feel like no one's on. If someone was on that side of the circle, they already fucking take that shit, right? I'm trying to cover for you. They're kind of pushing towards you, this right team. They're gonna come here.
あそこに標的を発見しました。他の部隊が攻撃されている。
You good?
Yeah, I'm here.
Recharge tube.
What did you get?
It was a G7. It was not worth. I didn't took it.
Fuck.
I couldn't even take it. Almost died.
Imagine if it was Kraber though. Holy shit. They're right here. Like our team is literally stuck behind this. Alright, I fell.
I followed you up.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm not gonna lie. Killing these guys is fucking big time.
Yeah, we can just fucking shit on him now.
Yeah.
Hold it closer.
I'm gonna send my Q in the back side of it. I stuck him with it, now I'm gonna nade him.
Double naded.
The bubble?
Just wait the bubble.
They get built it, they get built it.
Oh my god, you would have been one clip. That's all I'm saying.
Blood on fucking someone's blood. Someone smoked.
I ulted them.
That is your nade?
My ult.
This one.
Play behind my ult.
Yeah, he's just a raid.
Don't one completely. They're getting TP'd on right now.
Should be just a raid alive.
I'm staying back. You guys got that.
Can I heal?
You got tethered. Fucking
nice. I'm taking this spot over here. This spot is infinitely times better. $80 on the guy straight under you.
We got a whole triangle, bro.
You guys have nades?
No.
Nope. Girl.
リスポーンビーコンを展開します奴らを拘束する
They crossed. They're in this room, Tashin. Careful next to you. That's so many motherfuckers looking at me.
There's a fucking rat right here.
They're pushing hard.
67 flash on one guy. Knocked one.
They're trying to climb on you, Tashin. On the roof. Great purple 45.
I'm on roof again.
I'm
I don't know
full
where
one
you
guy.
went. I think they're back inside.
Get down here.
I tethered them here.
52 on guy here.
モバイルリスポーンビーコン
They're trying to climb on you again.
one guy.
Hitting 45 purple. 1 HP
no way
raid.
you're not.
1 HP raid below you, Tashin.
I ruined the low barrel.
I'm batting.
If they TP on me here, you guys gotta be fucking ready to help.
Yeah, I'll stop TP.
別の部隊が現れた敵撃つぞ
Ain't no way, bro. No way you're trying to fucking rest in the zone. This guy's straight up trying to fucking rest in the zone, dude.
Fighting on the roof, fighting on the roof. And I don't like, in general, I don't like drinking shit. It's just the weather. I always get a headache when it's bad weather. When the weather is bad, I always get shitty headaches. Like when it's rainy and shit. Oh.
A little late, you know?
Was the cam shaking because I was shaking the table?
Idiots.
How's the game?
There's no one, or?
No one here.
Cringe. I'm shy. You're going left, you're going right, you're going left. I'm going right, you're going left. Shouldn't dodge each other.
We
figured out in the end, that's nothing that matters. This headache's been busting my ass. Like 3B guys. You want book it?
I've been on for 10 hours a day, it's big time, dude.
Yeah, I'm fucking live forever, dude.
Aren't you fucking sick?
I am.
So how the fuck are you playing for 10+ hours?
I couldn't sleep at night. I woke up full sweat. Like I was wet, bro. Legit. My pussy was wet. And then I would start a stream. Man, every time, motherfucker.
I opened the fucking bin, man. That's
Get
not
the fuck
fair.
out, idiot.
Yeah, that's how you open doors.
Oh, I started. Oh no.
You want
try,
this
try
ball?
to. No.
With dead eyes, Tempo?
That's Mandy. Dude.
I'm good.
This headache's having a fucking sexual intercourse in my forehead. Holy shit.
I tried to make the Marvin on white so I can tilt you, and it went on perp, dude. So, lucky and unlucky, dude.
Why would you grieve it on purpose? We could get some good
Yanking
juice
the
out
good
of it.
juice in front of my eyes.
Dude, I opened it, man. You want this fucking
True.
purple? I'll fucking give it to you.
No. I need to pick it up myself from the bin, you know?
Get high.
Wingman here.
Yes. I hear wingman, I run. I have no bats though. 200 ping. Pog champ. I'm happy.
Just aimbot it. Oops.
This is loaded. Oh, they're here, right here. I got my ult, we can get on top of them. They're in the grow tower.
Can you do it from here?
Stop, and then we juice.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I can't fucking... I can't do it. I'm just gonna fucking die here.
I know, I got you.
It doesn't want to clip on the fucking thing.
Doesn't?
Yeah. Give me a sec. They're on top 4 now. Let's just get to bottom floor then.
Oh wait, they're going out. They're going out on the right side. Behind us again. I'm cracking them.
Blood on, shit on, blood on. Dead. Purple ash, crack ash.
I'm mad killing, heal up.
They all run away.
Heal up.
Yeah, we're good. They run away.
Take time for the one time.
Dude, it doesn't want to clip on the third floor, but it clips on the second and the first floor. What is that? This ult is so buggy, man.
Yeah, you can't do it on edge, I guess.
80 on this guy.
Yeah, but it's
the edge is moving.
Because it works on the second floor, and the second floor is also moving.
Oh, okay, I don't know that.
I don't know how that works.
Weird. We have the trident stuff?
These guys really want their teammates back. So I say we go kill them.
They nobody queuing out now.
Yeah, they're running out. They know they're not getting it.
Yeah, fuck that team, they're gone.
Let's go kill someone else.
Up here.
You saw him?
Why is he so good? They jump
they're fighting on him. Blue one, crack the octane, 90.
Get down to meet again.
90 blue on octane.
I got cracked mid-air. I'm getting fucked out.
I'm going over here.
You might have to bubble me, man.
Yeah.
Do it.
They're doubling.
Oh, man. I'm dead.
No, you're good. They're behind you. Fuck, dude.
Cody and T-coded.
I mean, I did 90 blue on them. We shouldn't have fucking around. We should have just stayed in the growth turn and fought them, I think.
No, that was fucking one.
Let's go, you know.
Is Cody controller?
No.
Oh. He's a good wingman. The fuck is that emote? The fuck?
We're in you now. What's up, Leo?
Hey, you
Holy
use 10 times
shit.
better. Look at this.
I even sat back in my chair. I was about to put my feet up on the table and relax, and fucking insta pop. Alright. Yeah, no glade.
あなたは有望です。期待に応えることを願います。
いつでも行ける。
Angry Fox. Are you winning? Yeah, we've been winning quite a bit.
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
No, the 30% packet loss. After this, when we land, I'm gonna restart the game. I'm getting 30% packet loss and only use servers, bro. Holy shit.
準備はいいんだろうな。さあ、やるぞ。
I'm on 30 ping and 30 packet loss. Like, it's not worth it. The 30 ping is not worth it. 40 low packets. Holy shit.
You have it all every game on EU now?
Almost every game, yeah.
Yeah, GG did. We need to replace RPR mainly. Too much packet loss.
No, I got VPN, bro. I'll just turn VPN on and fix it all.
Don't land here, I think.
Out the 4, I'm out 4.
No one here.
Out the 4 in there.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
I don't know. Might have to call my fucking ISP and let him fucking tell them to go.
They
fuck
don't do
themselves.
shit. You need to change the ISP, bro.
I can change my ISP. It's impossible where I live.
Move in with Sheen.
They will just tell you, yeah, it's not our fault. It's your server in the game.
I did fix it multiple times though by calling them, but it fixes it for a while and then it goes back to fucking hell.
Some other pages, dude.
That's sad shit, actually.
Yeah, fixed it for like a couple months and goes back to shit and fixed it a couple months. And they're just so fucking annoying, these fucking idiots.
Purple.
Ripple, blah, 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 blah.
Reconnecting right now. And boom, we're fixed, just like that. Turn the VPN on and everything works fine.
Finally, normal ping. Let's W.
0 packet loss. What a blissful thing to see, man. I'm ready to push, but I'm ready.
We're fighting this way. Got me. Yeah.
Do you even miss me at all? This is so fucking bugged, man. Holy shit, what a terrible.
101 guy.
45 flesh in the bloodhound.
40 on first floor, 40 on first floor.
This bloodhound is so weird, man. Holding that. You're pushing out?
Come back, there's two teams, come back.
I can't, this guy is thumbless lays just fucking better, dude.
Yeah, is it that bloodhound? It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Oh my god. What?
Dude, he's dying on the other side, but he's griefing us.
I have Phoenix.
90 purple on Ash, 90 purple on Ash, we're fine.
Here, Mandy.
The Ash ulted on our second floor or something? Bolas?
31 flash.
55 flash.
Oh no,
He's walking in me, man.
Got
him.
Nice.
Look at this guy.
Watch him.
One more. 90 gold. Behind me. Fighting away.
6-6.
Oh, he's going to his teammate that's knocked.
He's swapped.
Did we finish his teammate?
He went away now. Rip.
Oh.
Was that his
You can
teammate or
finish
was
teammate.
that an enemy?
On the floor?
Yeah, on the floor.
I don't know, but he almost swapped.
Teammate.
These guys have flatlines coming out their ass, man. But I was just win,
Yes.
man.
Stack sentinel on this idiot.
Fuck it, I'll go both flatline and I dropped a purple bolt in here.
Yeah, give me that juice.
Right here.
ショットガンボルトを発見しました。レベル3。
I did like a
Over here.
triple scope.
Kill the guy, the rat, I think. I have a crazy thing. Do you wanna?
Yes.
The guy here.
シールドが張られてる。
What the fuck is that?
It's okay.
What's a bubble?
Bro.
Yeah.
I
How many out there? Two?
I see two.
Bloodhound GB.
Give me crack from bro.
リロード中
I can ash ult up there.
シールドリチャージ中
You want? You want? $5? I'm ready to play.
They're running away from here. Give me ulted. 35 blue on him. Taking the zip line. He's getting beamed by someone else.
Oh.
Oh, that's you.
There's teammates on there. Yeah.
Track to Gibby.
直撃したシールドリチャージ中
Do you see him?
Yeah, they're running like here. Behind that building. But it's 3 of them, Toshin, not 2.
チャンピオンが倒れダメージを受けてる行きましょうか
We're a bit away from you.
射撃開始
Perks is way bigger than me, man. In terms of size. And influence.
Hey, I'm crawling on you. 55.
Knock.
Nice.
Nice.
敵を撃破
Right here. I'm going for this guy. I'm doing the 1v1.
He's doing the 1v1.
シールドをリチャージ中手当てする
Right here.
こっち行こう。次のリングは近くない。マップを確認しろ。あっちに敵がいる。
Fuck.
よーブラザー。レプリケーターが接近中だ。
乗ってしっかり捕まってて回復中
Where is he?
Where the fuck is he?
He really thought it was slick.
敵が一人ダウン降りる手当てする
How about heat shield for the car?
I have. Oh, it got stuck on. I actually didn't think it was gonna hit.
ダメージを回復中
I only know fruit. Yeah, me too. I only know fruit as well. No cap, I'm happy I made fruit this year. Or last year.
Let me check.
And I'm happy I made a lot of people last year, but fruit has been one of the better friends I made.
Oh, no one here. Oh, okay, on height. On this side. See what I mean?
Kings Canyon. I think the terms are coming last.
I think we run around, guys.
Think so?
I think we go this side.
I don't mind.
I pick you guys up.
あと1分あなたの操縦技術を見定めましょう
大丈夫だ。俺も行く。俺が盾になってやる。
じゃあなブラザー。
俺はここで降りるぜ。
私はここで降ります残り45秒リングは近い
Way better, dude.
Someone died here
あ
a
っちに
minute
デ
ago.
スボックス
Right here, people.
あそこに敵がいます
What's the wall? What's the bullet?
みんな次のリングに入ってるようだな。
Ooh, orbital. Fighting. I got my ult.
あっちにデスボックス。
Here?
あそこに標的を発見しました。
That
He's your
fucking
left,
Varg
right?
is unhittable.
ケア
But
パッ
she
ケー
is
ジが来
bad.
ます。
Come here.
ケースギア。使え。
Oh, they're fucking here. Looking at the corpse. Careful.
I
Maybe almost
nailed it
cracked.
on their bubble. The top, I mean. Oh, I threw it a little bit too far, I think.
シールドを
Yeah,
使
I
い切
think
りま
good.
した。リチャージ中。アークスターを使う。
Oh, wait, how did I not stick him? 105!
アークスターを
Which
使う。
one? Which one?
190!
Give me, give me, give me. Fuck, you bubbled for him.
Dude, there's no way. 190 on him.
I'm batting, I'm batting, I'm
205
batting.
actually.
シールドを使い切りました。
They're all in your door, man. They.
Get out of here. I knocked one.
We're
Get
getting
here.
turret. We're getting turret hard.
Wait, oh, it's a different team, yeah.
Yeah. That Ash is red armor, Tishin.
I knocked one of them.
Ash, only headshot.
Where is she?
Over here.
45 flash on her.
Two of them went in zone. Two of them went in zone.
I had 45 flash on that Ash in zone.
One guy just got red.
God, that blood on.
So lucky that bloodhound. Funny.
Randy, you good?
No.
貴様を縛り付けてやろう。
Dude, I thought we were not pushing these guys. What?
Valk is really low.
I was so confused. I didn't hear any push.
Wait, where are you,
新し
Tishin?
いキルリーダー。
I'm trying to survive.
I hit a guy for 200.
It's gonna be hard to fucking survive.
I didn't hear that at all, man.
Okay.
Didn't hear shit.
They literally just rest the guy. It was free.
The people we knocked is that
That Valk
so
is
fucking
cracked.
split for no reason.
That Valk is dead, nice.
全世で優位に立つ。
Alright.
Do you have a mobile?
Nope.
I don't have one either.
Maybe this guy does.
If you guys hurry up, you can join fucking zone and fast one.
On me, on me. This is round 3 now, bro.
I got low, I think.
I can't fucking see him, bro. Holy shit!
I was so confused.
God, man. How are SG? What's up, Neon?
Oh my god. I don't know what we're doing. Fucking smoking dick.
No, I literally said they just rest one, and I hit one. We hit a guy for almost 200. I said we should push these guys to just rest the free with free kills.
Yeah,
and I
but
went
me-
in. I was all alone.
Me and Tashin are shooting someone else below us, man. Like,
Yeah, but I don't know.
Well,
then say we're not coming, and then I'll just turn around.
yeah, but like you can also see us not coming. You're going there alone.
I have my backs to you guys. I can't see behind me.
And I had my back to you as well. I know you were pushing alone.
I don't know.
I was with Tashin just shooting below me. I didn't look what you were doing. Oh, Pekra is a VTuber. How you doing, Ian? Yeah, Ollie. Ollie is from Whole Life Indonesia. Ahoj, Amata. Oh my fucking god, my fucking brain is hurting. It's like I'm having constant brain freeze. Hi, Nene. No, I don't take meds. Beat the crap out. No, it's nothing to do with vitamins. It's the weather. I get headaches during bad weather. Has nothing to do with any vitamins or anything other bullshit. It's always when it's raining, I fucking have a headache. Just how life is. The only way it gets better is by sleeping and going into the next day. Just how it is. Mm.
何かがあなたにささやき気をそらしています。それを黙らせるのです。
今回のチャンピオンです。私の姿はわかるでしょ。見つけてみなさい。
見つけてみなさい。Yeah, good luck at work, Francesca. I'm gonna rest when I feel like it. I feel like playing a game right now.
We'll land downstairs.
Yeah, and so are they. I'm gonna try and tether this guy instantly, okay? Just Loba. He's somehow not tethered. I don't know gun.
I don't gun.
I'm here. He killed away. How is it possible? Nice.
I died. I told him.
Above me, above me, above me. There's also another team. Help me, help me.
I don't help.
It's one guy.
Gibby's hit 30 flash and this guy's healing in a corner. This guy popped the battery, the raid. He's blue on.
Gibby's one.
He's trying to finish me for shield. He's trying to finish me for shield. He finished me for shield. What the fuck are we doing, man? Holy shit.
34 Gibby's one.
Fucking idiotic, man. There's another team.
Chris?
There was someone shooting this side.
I don't think so.
Who the fuck was shooting from west?
I know, I heard that too, but I don't think there's one team.
I think it's just they have they just split as fuck, you know.
No, that was that. I heard that.
That
too.
doesn't
It was
make
like
sense
3-1,
though,
right?
because Lopa was knocked and I had 2 people on me and someone cracked the guy above me from west. That
I
was
have
south.
2 kills right now. How much do you have, Mandy?
1. We're good. Everyone's dead. No, I heard that too. That's weird. Maybe it was. I don't fucking know.
Shield を使い切りました。リチャージ中。
Oh shit, I got nothing.
Shield を使い切りました。リチャージ中。
We're finding the left side if you want to go. This way.
I got Muslim sent me.
You want to go?
Yeah,
Take
let's go.
Yeah. I'm going right now.
Where are they fighting?
Down here. I don't know where though. I'll ping when I see. He's looting away, you know. Wait, I'll actually wait 2 sec. I'll take this. I can get ult excel on me. Probably real quick. Can you hear anyone?
There's a dead body here.
Yeah,
You're
on
on the
top.
roof in front of me.
140. Holy fuck, that was fast.
Only have 1 cell on
シール
me.
ドリチャージ中。
I give you bad.
Come back. I know I was getting bad out. Fuck, dude.
攻撃を受けてる。
Behind you, behind you, up here, you're right.
この攻撃からはそう簡単に。
Why am I dying?
Fuck.
We're in pubs, what?
Oh. I don't know what's with.
I can't be on cam while I'm fucking feeling like shit. I gotta be off cam. I have too much headache to be on cam. Be right back. What's up, babe? Oh my god, this fucking headache. There you go. Alright, peace out, man. Thanks for watching. See you later, man. Ash tips. Kinda. It's a different timing than Raid. If you played Raid before, you can play her similar to Raid, but with a different timing. You have to learn the timing of when to ult, and you can run into things and then ult out like you're using Raid Q. It's all about learning the timing of her abilities. Use her tether a lot. If you use her Q a lot to try and pin people down. As soon as you stick someone, you want to push off the Q. Flipping no fucking gifted will fix my headache right now. No cap. What's up, Jerry? We're not playing scrims anymore, right? You were done. No scrims ever again. We're done with scrims. They're a waste of time. I'm only gonna be on for maybe like another hour or so, guys, because I'm fucking I can't survive this.
The Q. The Q.
God, man, I've had so much water. I already drank like 5 liters of fucking water. Nothing fixes this shit. Why did my music stop? Oh, holy shit, Chad. Oh my god.
勝利が待ち受けている。身を任せればおのずとやってくるわ。
弱さを切り捨てるのです。そして弱き者も同様に切り捨てるのです。
俺と一緒だ、ブラザー。
ハギー。
今回のチャンピオンです。
覚悟して、君を倒しに行くよ。
Those names, bro. Holy shit.
Okay, we got the thing, man.
了解。
Energy depot.
One team. One team?
Only one?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and tether one.
I'm landing in this one. I'll take this.
They went right side there. I think I'm gonna tether one of them. I did. I tethered one of them on the front door. I got OP weapons.
I'm fucking ready too. I got Rampage Hemi and gold armor.
Wingman Mastiff, I'm ready.
He's out here on my ping, straight on it.
Headshot, crack. He's solo.
Supporting him. I have the bubble here, so I don't die. Push pull out, try.
Getting shot.
Nope, hold on. Body.
Oh no! Push that guy together.
17.
72. I just got those.
1v2.
I just got stuck.
I died
on
for
my
free.
I literally got stuck on fucking Nocturne while jumping over.
That nade is so random.
No, that fucking hell, dude. How did they get fucking better armors than us, dude?
That
was crazy. That's crazy.
I don't fucking know how they did that. How is that fucking Nocturne so big that I jump over it and I get stuck and thrown backwards when I would have had a perfect fucking slide into that dude and I still pumped him for 72.
DK purple armor. Fucking hell, dude. DK purple armor 301. I thought we were juiced, dude. Apparently not.
I was juicing, but apparently he was even juicing even harder.
Crazy. That's not the way path, dude.
Guess I'll play wallhack character now.
No, let's just play Ash. We'll just play fucking movement juice right now.
I don't mind playing Bloodhound, he's fun. Full Metal Panic? I don't know if I watched Full Metal Panic. Ba ba da ba da na na. Da ba ba da. I don't think so far. No, I think all the mods of the Jumbo have been AFK today. Yep, Spark. Just for Stormpoint Dippy. Everything else is gonna be the same.
末を変える。
必ず勝って生き延びる。
力を合わせれば勝利に恵まれる。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。私と戦うなんて正気なの
DP Valkyrie is a meta as a necessity. It's been a necessity for so long. Stormfront makes Ashe a fucking necessity.
呼吸器系があるなら息を止めた方
No
が
way
い
you
い。
can play with Wraith instead of Ashe on Stormpoint. You just fucking grief yourself if you do that. You have anyone? You free?
進化シールドを発見。レベル2だ。
ラウンド1、リングのカウントダウンが始動。よし、リングの中で。
My weapons are fucking ass. I'll take a 301.
I dropped one.
I see one. Nice. Any shotgun is good. Mid light.
ライトアーモがいる。
Blood will always be meta, man.
I'm supplying over. I'm supplying over now.
I only have 60 shots though. Fuck. For my 301.
I dropped a stack here.
Nice. That's gonna help. Where's the light?
Up there.
Did you take the light, man?
Oh yeah, here. He's running. Okay, I can't see him. 0. Fuck me, dude. There.
私に眼力を恵みたまえ。私は自由にするもの。
I need to find him behind us.
周囲環境をマーク中。
Behind us, flying behind us.
I only saw one.
He took banner.
Red blue in front of me.
81.
He dropped down.
Fuck is that jeep?
Dead. Who's the guy above?
Trio.
It's 2 guys above.
I know that guy. I know this guy.
That's a completely different team above. Just finish the Gibby and get my banner, bro.
It's 2 Wraiths shooting me, bro. It's 2 Wraiths.
Finish that Gibby, that's Sweeney, man. That Gibby and Rad is Sweeney.
I just wanted to. I wanted to don't hold his banner anymore.
In front of you. I think it's the guy getting banner.
No.
Mandy, I'm crawling away. You might be able.
He got his
They're
banner.
resting also.
Yeah, I'm
Now
just
they're
working
gonna-
on chilling.
Now they're gonna shit at your knockdown for 10 minutes.
No, they're not. Because one of them is knocked.
They rest, didn't they?
あれは仲間のバナー
No,
だ
one is knocked.
回収しよう
That's all, Randy.
How does he not die right there? Like. Jeez, dude. They're just gonna wait here. They're literally gonna wait here the entire time.
I think so.
Hop in
Yeah,
the whip. Please hop
yeah
in
look,
the whip.
he's sitting on the banner, man.
Hop in the whip. Please, for the love of
So
fucking God.
Now they want to push you because you made a zip. So bad. What? Did it bug out?
Dude, people are getting so boring nowadays. You're standing there for fucking a whole minute 90 seconds, trillion fucking infinite billion years, dude.
Well, he thinks he's gonna be internet famous if he gets.
Dude, he
some-
survived? That guy that griefed me survived, bro. That's the Wraith. That's the team.
Crazy, dude.
Man, the reticle command is so wrong. Come on, organic. What's up, Aku? Just have a headache tonight. No, Blue Maddox, it isn't. I'm gonna get off at 6 p.m. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got too much of a headache. I can't do it this much longer.
I just don't understand, chat. It makes no sense. That wave is jumping over there. Oh, sorry, chat. Boys.
It's okay, dude.
He switched it up.
Understand.
We are chat
I watched
now,
the bot.
and
I watched the
chat
bot,
is
man.
us.
That is so weird what just happened to me. It's unbelievable.
I'm just confused how there's a whole other team on high ground.
Don't ask me here.
It makes no sense, dude.
I probably got like 2 more good games in me before this headache takes me out for the night. So let's get 2 juicy wins and let's go to bed, man. This headache is like, I hate playing when I have a headache because then looking at light makes it worse, and monitor is nothing but fucking especially Apex, it's nothing but flashing orange and blue lights in your face, so it makes it worse. This queue time is really not fucking helping right now. Holy shit. What's up, Neon? Some rest. At 6 PM I'm getting off. 40 more minutes. Find our brain wars and DMs. Fuck yeah. Have a little session. Yo, tomorrow, Neon, when do you wanna do the shit? You wanna do it after my stream? What's up, Ibuki?
正しい戦略を取れば勝利をつかめる。
体を動かすのは健康にいいんだって。でも僕はいつでも元気いっぱいだよ。
お前ら集中してますか？よかったです。
It's alright, Max. I just have a headache, so I'm gonna get off soon. Headache is too much right now.
私がジャンプマスターですね。フリーフォールの用意を。これでこいつの自慢話に一日中付き合う。戦いで情けを見せてはいけません。
Oh shit, man. Real life. 2 teams going with everybody. Why are they fucking both teams super committing, like, you know? They're gonna fight right now. We should probably go as fast as possible. I got blue armors down here. You guys ready?
No. 次に行くべき位置をマークしました。
They're fighting hard. Let's go, let's go, let's go. They're having so much sex.
Let me get this guy quick.
They just finished. They know I'm alone, man.
Oh, maybe. Me and bro there in 2 seconds.
The freest fucking third party.
Nice free. Go. Oh no. Oh shit, I'm good.
Not just gonna hold us. We start timing.
Even 30. It's fine.
You have a
Whatever.
zip for this?
ここへ向かいます
Yeah, 30.
ついてきてください
I'll have my ulti put it.
Watch him down.
White armor, Pathfinder. Fucking track the white armor, Pathfinder. Leave
kill
it
him.
alone. Yeah, go for it. Another one coming down. Blow down, blue.
動けなくしてあげる
Pathfinder shit on, Pathfinder shit on. Fucking cracked again.
He's by himself. Dude, every fucking time.
Pathfinder 1 HP, Pathfinder 1.
Oh,
Inside here, inside here.
No.
I'm gonna fucking die to this guy, dude.
フェンスケア準備完了
Coming out. I think them.
Yeah. You can't do anything to him, man.
敵のシールドを割った。
Holy shit, dude. No big meds.
Fuck did I just that, man? How is that even possible? Come on, Ian. Alright, LG, I'm calling LG.
Yeah. You playing more, Tajin?
Until event.
Fine.
Usually
Gonna have
half an
hours,
hour.
man. Gonna have. Should be a crazy event, dude. $170 Bloodhound skin.
Boo. Can't wait to spend money. Woohoo! So much juice.
Yeah, I need that Valkyrie skin, it's good.
I didn't even see the skins.
Me neither.
Watson skin and Valkyrie skins.
Pathfinder skins?
No Pathfinder.
GB skins?
I don't know. Well, I saw Watson and Valkyrie. Oh yeah, one GB skin, really good. I don't know if it's this event, but...
Okay. Easy.
There's one GB skin coming soon. Pork skin.
Tadashi.
僕はこのために作られたはずだ。
お前ら集中してますかよかったです
Exams, I don't know. Depends. Depends on the Pro League. And how things work with the Pro League. Because I gotta focus on the Pro League now. Dusky, the one I'm using is the one I prefer. I'm gonna try and do some call-up as exams, but I don't know how much I can do. And with the Pro League coming, gotta make sure we do well in Pro League. We contested.
ウィングマンを発見しました
I haven't looked, I have no clue. Oof.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I can 1v10 right
次の
now.
リングに入りました
Straight out.
位置取りです
I can.
I have double
拡
R9.
張ライトマガジンを
発見しましたレベル4
Gold Prowler and fucking Juice. There's blue here.
進化シールドを発見レベル2ね
I'm playing R400.
進化シールドを発見しました
There was
Level
a
two.
gold and a purple light mag.
Scope を発見しました近距離をレベル4で適切バレルスタビライザーを発見しましたレベル3
People just died.
あっちにデスボックス
Give me backpack. I'm fucking molding.
乗ってこの勝負
I'm ready to
道
go.
は私たちのものよ私の道はここまでよ
全員オクトカーに乗ろう
People here.
あそこに敵乗ったわ飛ばして
45 blue and 1. I think that's a raid.
We got full juice or what?
Yeah, Juice.
They're really close. Right here. 500 gold. I stuck him with a tether and I'm gonna molly him now. Selling.
Fight him! Oh, what? 160! He's so low! Knocked!
What is that?
Juice! 100. No, dude, 140, 140!
Is that a different team?
10 HP, no, 10 HP Bloodhound.
Okay, I gotta heal. I'm really low. I got no bats. So. They're resing.
now.
Can we rest too?
No. Oh yeah, they stopped it,
Oxstar, I'm resting.
I fucking tethered him. He's looking above blue.
Yeah, I'm taking this.
I almost cracked the raid.
Taking a bat now.
Yeah, I gotta find a way to get up without him.
Probably can rest now.
They're pushing me, man. 100. Dead.
Close the door. Close the fucking door.
I'm gonna fucking die here.
I'm playing for the rest.
I'm selling. I hit a Valk. That's a third party. I'm just full healing.
I'm fucking getting
Full
out.
heal.
What the fuck was that?
One team dead. I believe. I have to reload my guns. Here, I'm setting my tether in there.
I'm fucking full healing.
In this building.
Yeah,
I marked them all. I marked them all. I marked them all.
奴らを逃がすなケアパッケージフラグを投げたフラグを投げる
Yeah, keep me out.
41 purple on one.
There's no fucking shot that you
They're in here.
あそこに敵逃さないでくださいこの攻撃からはそう簡単には逃げられない
I'm just gonna loot
Don't
the
shoot me.
forest.
Oh!
適切に排除
Push,
されま
push
す
these guys. 50.
Bang one, bang one. Nice. They hit about 50 on Valk.
Valk. Where's Valk?
Right here.
あそこに敵がいる
Right there.
縛り上げ
Alright,
て
I'm
や
just
る
gonna loot this guy real quick. Like,
リロード中だ
Oh, you had a juice wingman. Holy shit.
I have 4
See my
shells.
marks? That's where they are.
脅威に集中しろ
I can give
We're
you shells.
straight out fucking juice. Alright, never mind. Can we
They're in here.
I'm on the
目
craft.
標を補足
craft?
They're gonna go for this banner, man.
Okay.
I don't see him. I'm just gonna craft.
Yeah, I don't know where they
Not
went.
too bad.
RE45 を発見しました
Goldary.
Like that. my god. Nice.
Okay,
Landing on the banner?
No, that's me.
Oh, that's you, no one.
少し待ってください。クラフト中。
Just like a Cheska, just watching.
"拡張ヘビーマガジンを発見しました。レベル2。
Dude, there's a fucking cool spot right here. Oh, never mind. Fuck, you guys don't have I want to show you. It's like down here, under the ship. I kinda want to try it, but I think I'm gonna die if I miss my grapple.
I think you'll die. I'm feeling they patch it or some shit and you just die.
Val can do it. It's a crazy spot. No one can shoot you or anything down there.
Yeah, if they didn't patch it, they probably patched it. They patched a lot of things.
No, I saw it yesterday.
Oh. No, no.
スコープを発見しました。
3 times?
中距離用。
Running and 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 running.
Everybody.
ポップアップを発見しました。ターボチャージャー。情けを見せてはいけません。レプリケーターを輸送中です。レプリケーター接近中。
Alright, well, I have no idea where people are. Someone just died in the Aegis 10 seconds ago. Fighting here as well.
ここで合流するぞ。
Good night, Seb. Thank you for watching.
We just came from here, man. We're legit running in circles.
Yeah, we did a whole fucking circle, man. Just at the door. I'm going right side station.
They're running.
Horizon 45 blue. Here.
Full team running on the left.
I fucking stuck this Horizon as well with Tether.
アークスターを投げる。
新しい友達が僕らを倒し、そこに誰かがいたみたい。
Horizon is blue.
Wow. This is what we're doing. Very
シー
smart.
ルドを使い切りました。リチャージ中。
You're running away.
あそこに敵がいます。
All
Gonna kill
together.
them?
I'm gonna go for the car.
They are? There's no way.
They're right in front of me.
Oh shit, they're on the
Batting.
thing.
私の手で絞ってやる。
They're right here.
ここに敵がいます。リング閉鎖まで残り10秒。
I don't know how the fuck you have a better heading than me. Oh my god, he's low with that.
One on me left, on the left, on the left. And they're old.
Yeah, full bad.
Pop it, pop it, pop it.
Sorry, I'm ready.
Kill them. They're dead.
Farming him.
fucking dying.
I have to take this.
That's hurt. Just kill him. Just finish him and this.
That guy was low.
Yeah, he's fucking cracked hard. Right below me, you popped the bat or some shit. Right here. He's alone. I mean, who the fuck am I?
What is this game?
No, fuck, dude.
No way.
Just to wait time, bro.
It's this fucking idiot Wraith again. He has 26 kills.
Def 1 KP, dude. Like, what?
Well, I'm off GG's, so let's go.
Yeah.
Alright, GG, man.
Holy shit. Alright, chat, before I go. Before I go, chat, if you scroll down my stream and you click here, it takes you to a web page. And you grab the deal. And use code RPR for 73% off for 2 years plus 1 month free. And there's the 30-day money back guarantee, 100%. So if you don't like it, you can refund everything. There's over 5,000 servers worldwide, 80 different countries. You can protect your data and privacy using a VPN. You can lower your ping in online video games. You can do a lot of fucking things. You know, but most importantly, you can keep yourself safe and protected. So, if you're interested in a VPN, code RPR 70% off. Now I'm just getting off, guys. I can't look at a monitor anymore. I have too much of a headache. Everything hurts. Alright. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.